Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then. That one.
I gotta add this freaking audio device. Mic check, mic check. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Welcome to the Land of the Dawn. We are hosting the semi and grand finals for the Excellent Era Tournament. 16 amazing teams competed it out through this month, and only 4 remain as we are moving on to the semi and grand final schedule. Series 1 will be Time versus Shadow 9 in a best of 3. Series 2 will be second to none, going up against the Untouchable. And then for the grand finals, we are going to be seeing the winner of Series 1 versus the winner of Series 2, all in best of 3 matches, live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel. We appreciate everybody tuning in. But now 2 teams fighting it out, everything on the line for the semifinals, fighting for the position in the grand finals. We have Team Time up against Shadow 9, and join on the desk we have the amazing UA to break down these items and keys to victory, and I will be your play-by-play. How you doing today, UA?
Yes, sir, I'm doing good, Weezy. Thank you for the introduction, as always, right? We got 2 great teams coming into play. You know, Times, I casted yesterday's matches, and it was honestly pretty exciting to watch. We do have Time on this blue side, right? We do know Yamete Kudasai is going to be in that roam position. I think there's a new player, Kai. He should probably go into that jungle position, if I believe so. The step bro is going to be in that mage position, and you know, coming in from Shadow 9, I think these are some familiar faces. V, you know, brought out that Lunox yesterday, and he did so well in that jungle position, one of those rare pickups, right? And you know, we're just going into that first fan phase. We already see a lot of the heroes that, you know, is commonly being placed into these drafts, right? We do see that Arlot getting banned out, and so does the Edith, and you know, they did opt to ban for that Martis. So again, a lot of these junglers are being banned out, and it does show that there is going to be a lot of heroes available, Weezy.
Yeah, and I'm loving the way the draft is working so far, but still some suppression on the table. Kaja has not been banned out. Looks like the side of Time is going to go ahead and take out this Joy. And I know you've been casting a lot of these games, and I got to say, I've heard a lot of good things from both teams, and I'm excited to see what they bring to the table. I know Team Time's kind of been dominating, and also Shadow 9. We've seen Shadow 9 inside of the Valentine Dash, and I believe you've seen Time as well. If not in the Valentine Dash, we've at least seen them inside of the MLSA Season 2. So looking at these teams so far, the draft is looking strong. I know they have the fortitude to be able to get this win, but the question is who wants it more. Now, looking at the draft so far, 1 ban left. Do you think they'll take out the Kaja, UA?
You know, there's still a lot on the table. There's still those 3 mages, right? You got that Eve, Valentina, and the Fair Mist. You also got a lot of marksmen available, but you know, we did see, you know, there's some strong showings coming in from Time yesterday. They had a 15-minute match and another 12-minute domination of a 2-0, but on the side of Shadow 9, right, they actually lost their first game, but ended up sweeping 2-1, and you know, maybe they will be able to take that momentum over, but you know, I'm kind of scared for Shadow 9 because Time is considered one of the strongest teams, in my opinion, just watching these matches. And we do get to see that Fanny beating locked in, Reezy.
Now, I don't know how I feel about this. This is showing some major confidence over there. I know you kind of hyped them up saying they definitely have the micro and the macro, but Also, there is still some heroes who can kind of punish this Fanny being drafted nice and early. The Kaj is still available, a Frank is still available, and also a Kufra. So that's a lot of suppression in dash control, and I'm wondering if that's the right answer. They could have probably opted in picking this Fanny a little later in the draft, but that just shows you their comfortability on the hero and also their confidence for this game, and I really want to see how the side of Shadow 9 responds.
Yeah, I don't really know, because when I was actually watching Time's match, they opt to ban the Fanny out. But again, Kai, you know, it might be a new name change or something. I'm not really sure, but it does seem like they're coming out with a specific strategy with this jungler, right? And we do get to see that Kaja coming out, right? The suppression is so good, and Mastero, you know, able to put that Badang up in 2 of their matches, right? He actually went MVP, did the highest damage dealt, and was able to just dominate in that EXP lane, especially against a Joy pick, right? But we do see the response coming in from Time. They are opting for that Lunox, which has been, you know, a tournament favorite throughout these series, and also the Glue, Weezy.
Yeah, and the Glue is definitely a strong pick so far. Possibly picking up a Faramis to counter it, though. There's still a lot walking on the table, and I feel like right now, if I was going up against Team Time, I would be countering everything that they've slotted so far. I mean, you pick the Fanny, you allow the Kaza to be picked up, you pick the Glue, that's an easy Faramis pickup, but no, it looks like the side of Shadow 9 is going to go ahead and opt in on their marksman prior to the second ban phase, and they're going to go ahead and secure Moskov.
Yeah, Moskov, again, one of those marksmen that is just able to pin down Fanny, right? There's not really a lot of option when it comes down to that gold lane position against the Fanny, because, you know, going up to that Blade of Despair, Malefic Roar, and, you know, typically they would run that Blade of Heptases. They're just looking to one-shot, you know, any of the squishy targets like the marksman or the mage. But Moskov is one of those heroes that have received a couple of those items buffs. Although that last patch, his first skill was nerfed quite a bit, he should still be able to stun Fanny onto these walls.
Yeah, but the question is Maestro on this Badang, not something you typically see, and I want to really see how he goes toe-to-toe with this Glue in the XP lane. Is right now we've seen how dominant Glue is, and not too many heroes can kind of burst him down, so I'm definitely interested to see what kind of prevails down there for Maestro, if he can make that work in his favor. But looking at favors, the side of the ban is finalized for Team Time. They're going to go ahead and take out some of the roamers. They took out the Atlas, they also took out the Akai, and I mean, I respect the Atlas pick, right? They don't want to pick a Diggy. They want to pick something more frontline CC, possibly even take the Franco in their own hands if they're lucky. But looking at the draft so far, I gotta say, I don't know how I feel about the Badang. So right now, I'm still a fan of the Fanny pick, even though there is a counter going up against it, and I do like the Glue not having a counter. So I think both sides kind of have a counter that works in their favor, right? Shadow 9 has the Kaja for the Fanny, but then you also have Glue with no direct counter for Shadow 9. So I feel like right now it's going to kind of be more dependent on the second phase of the draft to really see who has the stronger team.
Yeah, and it's really interesting that the side of Time actually decides to ban out a tank, 2 tanks actually. One, you know, slotted into that jungle, that Akai with the heavy spin, just, you know, it is one of those traditional counters to a Fanny jungle. And, you know, they do have that Kaja, so it's interesting to me that, you know, they're also opting to ban out that roam position. But we do see that Valentina getting locked in, that IMU is just able to copy a lot of specific ults, but I feel like it's lacking in terms of the ultimates to copy, right? We have the Cutthroat, which is, you know, not really that good, and we do have the split coming in from Glue, but I don't really see, you know, any other options that this Valentina is going to have except for that light form from Lunox.
Yeah, now hovering over the Estus instead may go in for some sustainability instead of that front line CC presence. And with no time on the board, they are going to finalize their draft for the side of Team Time, locking up this Estus and also this Kagura. So with that being said, the Kagura definitely has a mobility. The rough waves can work in her favor, be able to burst you down if you were not careful, and also gives her a little bit of mobility. The Estus will give them that frontline sustainability, and also paired up with that Glue, I think it's a great answer. And then Fanny, I think it's going to be dependent on Kai in this game. He has to pick up in the early phase. If he can get some kills, get that Blade of Heptases, rush into the side lanes, and pave that early game for his team, I see them having an easier time. But if not, we know Fanny does fall off in the late game.
Yeah, the pairing with the Fanny and the Estes is a little bit interesting to me. You know, I personally actually, love to play this Estes. So when it comes down to that Estes and Kaja matchup, I'm actually, a little bit scared because Kaja is one of those heroes that is just able to suppress and pull away a specific hero. And majority of the time, it's either going to be the Estes being pulled, or it might just, the Estes will have to go and get out of position to be able to heal that target that is being suppressed. But with the draft being finalized, Weezy, which side do you think has the advantage early on in this game?
This is gonna probably go to the side of Team Time, just because they have the Fanny. I'm not really seeing. I guess they have the Kaja, so if the Kaja can grab this Fanny up, then I think they'll have an easier time shutting Kai down. But if not, if Kai can kind of roam around where Kaja is not, I feel like they are going to have an easier game. Like we said, it's going to be dependent on Kai in the early phase, and it's also going to be dependent in the XP lane as Maestro locked in something you don't typically see, this Badang, and that's going to be paired up against Glue, who we see time and time again. But I got to give credit to one thing, right? We've been watching MPL, Philippines, Indonesia, and we see the Glue walk a lot more often, and a lot of people don't, or a lot of teams, they don't go in for the counter pick no more. They just kind of burst him down and deal with it. So that might be the game plan for Shadow 9. But what about you? How are you feeling? Who would you be leaning more on for the draft in terms of the early game?
Yeah, well, we do have that Demon Slayer coming out from Leomar, right? And, what that tells me is the early game, they're going to try to be as objective focused as possible. But you could already see this Estes being a nuisance, forcing that retribution, while the Fanny has already begun on that red buff and already actually finished. Oh, wait, never mind. They started red buff, so the Fanny is trying to get that blue buff, but was just unable to invade, right? But in terms of that early game, I feel like Shadow 9 is going to have the advantage at level 4. As time goes on, as this Estes is able to grab just a few more items, it's going to be really, really hard for Shadow 9 to be able to sustain some of that.
Speaking of sustaining, Ganyu, barely with any HP, you did see Kaja, his actual name is his name? No, his name's Kaya. Is it Kaja? I can't tell, but he did rush in there to try and get that kill on the bottom side. He almost pulled it off at the Ring of Order, but on the top side, you are seeing a little bit of a skirmish. Maestro picking up first blood on this Badang, and we were wondering how it was going to work. Not your typical counter to the Glue, but right now, Shadow 9 in the XP lane is definitely having the early advantage.
Yeah, this is actually something we've seen quite a bit. This Badang with that high and dry, he's going to be rushing into that Demon Hunter sword really, really soon. And we've seen this from previous games coming in from Maestro, right? He's, really pro-efficient on this Badang pocket pick also, and he's just able to dominate that lane. But once again, right? This game is going to be going out to that late game. Both teams are, considered the top of the top because, they are that top 4 team. So this is going to be a complete bloodbath as the Badang looking to do a little invade.
Is going to use the fist crack onto the blue buff. You are seeing Kai in a bad situation. Is going to cable out. Pew Pew is going to make work of Maestro and burst him down on that over-aggressive invasion for the blue buff. But the fight does not stop there. Mobilization onto Ryan is going to have to dash out. Uses his flicker. Does he get away? Fanny with the steel cables with Pew Pew gonna secure the kill and take down Ryan, and this is gonna be Turtle with the aggro in advantage for the side of Team Time, and it looks like Shadow 9 is not gonna be able to contest this.
Yeah, it might be a little bit hard, especially that split coming out from the Glue right now, just zoning away that Leomar, right? A lot of these spells are being burnt extremely, extremely early, especially even before that turtle fight, right? And, as we look at some of the items here, we do see that the Valentina is probably opting for something like the yellow thingy and also a lightning truncheon, right? And we do see the CAG building up to that item also, right? Estes opting for some of these defensive items early. Sometimes I like to build that dreadnought into some magic resist, especially going against something like a Kaja and a Valentina at mid. And we're at 3 minutes in. It is the score of 2-2. Both teams have relatively even gold, so I do believe this will be going towards that 15-minute mark, 17-minute mark type of thing.
Yeah, this may be a late game on our hands as we are seeing both teams play a little passive, and you got to respect it, right? You don't like to see a one-sided story. You like to see a game that goes back and forth, and now the push onto the bottom side, 3v1. Ganyu getting terrified over there by Ryan, but you are seeing Pew Pew rush in and take down Moskov. Only one left, is literally the only one down. Pew Pew picking up a double, takes down Ryan. That is going to be a 2-for-1 trade, as you are going to see Fanny fall into the hands of this Badang. What is going on right now? Maestro all over the board, picking up kills for the side of Shadow 9.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of a snowball coming in from actually both sides, right? We see this Badang Maestro just able to dominate his lane and rotate into that buff to make sure that Fanny is, you know, well checked. And we also do see this Kagura, right? Pew Pew with this flame shot is already sitting at that 4-0-0. He is going to be able to one-shot a lot of the people with this yin yang overturn. So, you know, with the turtle coming up in 20 seconds, it does look like time is ready to set up for that.
Looks like they are going to try and get some zoners. They were not able to get the first one, so now this may be their chance to even out the odds. They're currently down in the economy right now, and I gotta say, it's interesting that the Badang is leading the way in kills right now, but hit by the split and the slam. That grab in full effect, and not really going to be able to do much damage, but now some damage of Maestro is going to rush in with that wall, trying to get a fist crack, but immobilized, and now in a tricky situation. You are going to see him possibly be taken down, but on the bottom side, you are going to see Kai rush in with the steel cables and take this turtle for the side of time. But wait a minute, you are seeing V. Going to go ahead and use that Shadow Stampede to try, possibly rush in. But no, he's not going to be able to get a kill off that. Is going to have to push back. And now the cast Assault, the Cosmic Fission going in from the Lunox. And you are seeing the IMU provided over there by Ryan to take the blessing of the Moon Goddess and keep the team alive for Shadow 9.
Yeah, a lot of spells being used, but the top side right now, the Glue's able to just go in, and it does seem like the Glue's unable to finish that kill, but Flame Shot does come out, and it does look like Badang is going to fall in that top side real soon. Whoa, he does get out alive. We see this guy is crazy. Yeah, that 1-3 being able to pick up that Demon Hunter sword, but should be getting taken out right here, right? And again, you know, we're looking at the scoreboard right now. Time is just barely hanging on with that 1K gold lead, and another fight coming up at bot side.
You are seeing Moskov versus the Lunox Ganyu, and only one left. Fighting it out, but Fanny, for damage control, is going to pick up the kill and take down. Only one left yet again, and they are going to be able to push in this tier 1 turret on the bottom side, but you may see a little bit of a trade as on the top side, Jungle. Big contest going in. Phantom Steed in full effect is going to rush in. V having the presence, going to burst down the Estes. Is going to make it 2, possibly 3. You are going to see Yamate take down Maestro, though. The Glue on fire with the grab, but taken down by Ryan on this Valentina. But keep your eyes on Kai. Still cables, trying to find the backline, trying to take out Kaja on the tier 2 turret, but not able to hit the final mark. And now going to shift his focus to the minions on the top side to take the tier 1 turret.
Yeah, a lot of the trades coming in, right? This Fanny is actually proven to be a problem, especially towards this mid lane. He didn't have the best of the best early game, especially with that death. But, you know, just looking at some of the items, he is able to pick up that Blade of the Heptaseas as Kag, again, with that Yin Yang overturn, he is scaling into that mid game very, very nicely, almost, and actually did complete that Lightning Trundrum. And it does look like a turtle fight's happening.
Both teams fighting inside of the turtle pit, but aggro in favor for Team Times. They do have the zonage. You are seeing the grab on top of Ryan, but now in a bad situation. Valentina for the Terrify. Phantom Steed going in. Full effect V trying to burst them down. You are going to see Ganyu pick up the kill with the Chaos Assault. He is not done there, though. Look at V1, V3, but Kaja trying to do the most damage he can with the Ring of Order, but is it enough? No! Yamate is going to get a kill, takes down V on the Liam Warden. Maestro is going to take the turtle from Kai and also take him down, and then Ganyu is going to respond by bursting him out. But man, this might be the best Badang game I've ever seen in North America.
Yeah, he's been doing so well. We do see that golden staff being picked up by that Moskov, so it does tell me he is going to go for that Trinity build. He's probably going to go for that Demon Hunter sword really soon, and we're going to start seeing a lot of damage coming out from that Moskov. But just going back to that point, there's so much sustain coming in from Time right now. We have that Blessing of the Moon Goddess coming in from that Estes, just full healing that Glue, and we also have a lot of recovery coming from that Glue and also that Lunox. So Time right now, Shadow 9 really has to see if they can build up to that dominance, which is available for that Kaja, but I'm not sure if that is actually going to be enough to be able to penetrate Time's comp right now.
You are seeing right now Time having the advantage in terms of turret, in terms of the map, and also neutral objectives. Except for the last one, though, Maestro was able to take the third turtle in favor for Shadow 9. And now with Shadow 9 on the back, and they need a game plan, they gotta play safe. They don't want to lose more turrets, and you are going to see Fanny on the 1v1 burst down via Battle of the Junglers, but the assassin prevails over the fighter. Down goes Leomore, and that's going to put him at a slight disadvantage. And right now, we wanted to see how Kai kind of came online, sitting 3-2-2, but wait a minute, Pew Pew is going to go ahead and do some serious damage, picking up that kill, takes down Maestro in the mid lane.
Yeah, Pew Pew is scaling beautifully, just like what we said. He did grab up some of these kills early on, and he's just able to do what he needs, especially with that Ying Ying overturn, that one of those bursting skills where it's kind of actually hard to land, but Pew Pew seems to know a lot about that. And, you know, one of the things going on right now, that Fanny was a first pick, and is still showing that even if I first pick this Fanny, it's going to be hard to counter, right? It's one of those heroes where that mobility is just able to scale infinite with the cables going in around the map, and just able to last hit a lot of these heroes. So maybe that's going to be something that they're looking to ban, as they are going to go into this Lord.
You are going to see Lord working in favor for Team Time. Yet another objective in their hands with no contest, currently leading by about 5,000 gold. And I think right now what's working for Team Time is they have Yamate, right? He has that front line presence on this glue, and there's nothing to really keep him in check outside of Maestro on this Bedang. But the later this goes, the more sustainability, the tankier he will get, and the harder it will be for Maestro to burst him down. And I think this is where they're kind of falling short. Not to mention the Kaja pick, right? They slotted it in as a direct counter for Kai, but we're not seeing it right now. I mean, if you look at the KDA of Kaja right now, he is 0-0-1, meaning he has only had one assist this entire game, not having a really strong impact for the roam on the side of Shadow 9.
Yeah, the roam is just not doing so well. And if we compare the other side roam, right, Jet's step, bro, he's just able to grab up, soak up all these assists, and he's gonna have a lot of healing done this game. And from the side of Shadow 9, right, the one thing that is going in this favor is gonna be that marksman. Moskov is just, you know, one of those marksmen that is able to just chunk, and just making sure that he's able to do a lot of damage in a short period of time. And, you know, with no marksmen being available from Time, they really have to try and focus on killing the right targets in order to be able to push these towers. And it does look like they're able to grab out all the outer towers on the outside. I don't know if they're gonna seem to siege, because it's gonna be a little bit hard, especially with the wave clear coming out. But again, taking a look at some of these items, we do see that S is able to build up, and it does look like they're going in.
You just see the fist crack, but hit by the blessing of the Moon Goddess as a response to heal the team. Talk about a counterplay, and now the punish on the way. You are going to see Kai take down Maestro. Godlike Pew Pew takes out V. Kai takes out Kaza for the double kill, and now they are going to take the tier 1, tier 3 turret, the inhibitor, on the top side into the hands of Yamate, but they are not done here. The immobilization onto Ryan Ganyu, picking up the kill. Make that a double. Legendary Pew Pew takes down only one left, who was literally the only one left. And ladies and gentlemen, Team Time takes game 1.
Man, it does seem like Team Time is not giving any time to the opponents, but just making sure that they're able to push this snowball and punish as much as possible, right? 18-6 is going to be the score. It is a 12-minute match, and it does tell me that, hey, maybe there is a little bit of a draft diff, but just taking a look at some of these stats, right? Pew Pew 8, 0, and 5, able to soak up so much damage, and also that Estes just being a menace. And the Lunox in the gold lane also did extremely well, right? And, you know, some of the stats coming up right now, of course, Kagura doing the highest damage at that 29%, following by Ganyu at that 27%. And the kill participation on the board is looking really good at times, right? That Estes is just able to follow that Kag up majority of the time, and Lunox is able to kind of just build in that support. And we also can't forget about this Fanny first pick, able to pick off so many people so fast and just recover even after Maestro's invade. And when we look at Shadow 9's side, right, Maestro on this Bedang, definitely one of the strongest picks coming out for them, but it does seem like they do need a little bit more frontline, maybe even considering going for that tanky jungle or even a set tank, because it does seem like this Kaja is just unable to make this impact this game, Wheezy.
Man, what a beautiful game indeed. And I gotta say, looking at both these teams, right, I definitely see the level of micro and macro, but Team Time, they do something that's a little interesting, right? They pick up they're very confident. They picked the Fanny nice and early. They know the cause is available, and they're not even worried about it. And I think for the side of Shadow 9, they need to find a way to stop the Fanny. Like, when you have the Kaja, you got to use him to his abilities, right? You got to get in. You got to grab that Fanny when she's available and provide that kill for your team. Or if not, at least get to the side lanes, create that opportunity. You have suppression, one of the strongest skills in the game, with only a Purify that can negate it. And you have to rush in. You have to get those sets for the team in the early phaser. You're going to see typically what Team Time kind of provided in that match. They're going to prevail and have that early advantage and kind of soak up all of these neutral objectives. And overall, I think it was a beautiful game. I think maybe going forward, something for the side of Shadow 9 to do is they need to put something else that's stronger in the frontline presence. We saw the Bedang kind of dominate the glue in the early phase, but that's pretty much all he was ever going to do, right? Outside of dominating that, once some items were built in, that fist crack is not enough to kind of burst down that glue. Yeah, it's nice and it works in theory when it's like 5 minutes in, but it's a totally different story when you're at that mid-game, that 10-minute mark. And I probably would have rather seen something like, I don't know, maybe even like a Grok in the XP lane, something that would have provided additional CC outside of the Kaja that the team could have relied on. Is Bedang's going full damage, so it's not like he has a frontline presence, and he also doesn't have really the strongest CC potential outside of that fist crack, and he's very vulnerable inside of it, especially with that Fanny being available. So moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, that is only one game. This is a best of 3 for the semifinals, as we are seeing two amazing teams competing. This is Team Time versus Shadow 9, and right now, Time having the advantage. They are going to be able to take game 1 and give them match point to possibly get the sweep and move on to the finals. So with that being said, both these teams are getting ready to embark back in the Land of Dawn for game 2. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with you guys momentarily.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't ever stop, yeah.
Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn, a special event as we are officially hosting the Excellent Era Tournament 5v5. Amazing teams on the way competing in the semi and grand finals. And this is a tournament that was created by Kyram, Pakal, and also Hennessy. So special shout out to them guys as they kind of put all this together. And it takes a lot to kind of get this going. A lot of work in the background to make this happen, and I appreciate having the opportunity to be able to host this amazing event. And now, speaking of this event, right now, two teams currently competing to get out in the semifinals. You have Team Time up against Shadow 9, and right now, Time is on Time's side as they took game 1, meaning they have possible match point to sweep Shadow 9. And Shadow 9 on the back end, they had to find some answers. They had the counter picks, but they were not able to utilize them in the best of their ability inside of the game. And that's what it kind of boiled down to, that micro and that macro outshine from Team Time. So hopefully in game 2, we see them kind of get online. I think the draft was great, but it has to be the overall synergy and objective prioritization to work in their favor. If they can figure that out and deny Team Time the early phase, they may be able to turn this around. Join on the desk, we have the amazing MLSA staff member. You've seen him inside of the karaoke night with the battle raps, and now using that craft and throwing it on the desk. Ladies and gentlemen, Master Rim is in the building for your analyst, and I will be your play-by-play. How you doing today, Rim?
I'm doing good, you know. Not only can I break it down, but I'm ready to break down some of these keys to victories and things that will lead these teams to success, right? Last game, we saw a lot of dominance coming in from Team Time, and that's been something that they have been consistent with in terms of their team, right? They did swap out a member today, but I was still matching that synergy in terms of that execution, right? And you mentioned the side of Shadow 9 right now, they have to focus on that draft. They did have a pretty good draft to go up against Shadow Team Time last game, but it's all going to come down to that execution, right? There's still a lot of strong heroes on the board as we are now entering this draft, right? So I would like to see them going into this game a little more focused on their gold laner, right? Last game, he kind of got bullied in lane. I want to be, especially if it's a marksman that has to scale into that late game, you have to be able to allow them that flexibility and that protection in that early game so they can get to that late game mark.
All excellent points indeed, and hopefully they can get to late game markets. Like you said, they kind of struggled getting there, and Team Time didn't make really much mistakes, and very confident on the draft. We've seen them locking that Fanny when they did have first pick, but now with them being on the back end, that might not be the best decision. And now first pick is going to go to the side of Shadow 9. And already looking at the bans, you are seeing the R-Lot taken out. Kind of standard. We've seen him. He's not even allowed in MPL, so I don't really see too many teams pulling him out, but I know he is a menace inside of that XP lane nonetheless. But now you're seeing the Xavier banned out as well. And how do you kind of feel about that one, Rim?
Not that typical of a ban. Even, I don't think Xavier is one of those heroes that even deserves a respect ban. I feel like you can run the Khadija in that roam position and apply that pressure. You can run the Yi when she's open. Even the Farsa, right? That feathered airstrike. You have heroes that can match his zone. Or you can even have these type of more versatile heroes like the Lunox to kind of give him pressure, like we saw the enemy slot that Lunox in that gold lane. Like, there's answers for this Xavier. I think locking him the ban phase right now is just leaving something else open that you can potentially struggle against a lot more. You can bully an Xavier in that early game. He's one of those mages. You can consider them he's probably a D tier hero in that early game, and then he scales up to that SS tier. So I don't really agree with this Xavier ban coming out from the side of Shadow 9. I think it's a little bit immature on their side, but I do like that they banned out the Fanny. They did struggle against it in that last game, but like I said, banning this Xavier, he's not a hero I would consider even important enough to be a target ban.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right on the money right there. There's a lot of counters that work against him nonetheless. I mean, you pick up a Lolita, you pretty much can just say GG's on that, and I'm wondering why. Maybe it's a target ban. Maybe somebody on Team Time, their mid laner, is just a nasty Xavier. Maybe they shut him down in rank or classic or something like that. But with that being off the board, that creates a lot of opportunity inside of the draft to be picked up. Now, first pick is in favor for the side of Shadow 9, so that is something that they do got going well for them, as you are going to go ahead and see Team Time finish their bans off. And that'll be the first phase completed from both sides. The Martis, the Fredrin, and also the Joy has been banned out, and that's kind of typical for NA, so I can't really disagree with it. And I gotta say, now looking at Shadow 9. Who would you kind of expect them to pick up for their first pick, Rim?
Well, the Kaja is still on the board, right? But also that Valentina, and I'm possibly, I'm not mad at the Lunox pick, right? It can be flexed right now, but like I said, the Kaja and the Valentina is still on the board. So I do think what Team Time could do in response right now, don't lock in their jungler yet. I want them to match the flex pick potential in their draft coming in, going up against Shadow 9 here. But they do go ahead and lock in this jungler. And again, that's the confidence coming in from the side of Team Time right now. We saw it with the Fanny being locked in the last game. And right now, in terms of responses, I want to see Shadow 9 pick up this Kaja themselves. They could even pick up that Kaja and the Valentina and slot that into their composition. Let Zaru go in the gold lane with this Lunox, right? And they would have so much power in terms of this early game draft presence right now.
Yeah, I think you made a great point, not picking the jungle too early, but again, we see Team Time very confident on it. They don't even really care about the counter picks. They didn't even pick the Kaja. They picked up the Brody, but I like the Brody as a first pick. I think he's one of the strongest marksmen so far. He's at early to mid game, and he can also scale to the late. And if you're not careful, he can definitely end the game all by himself. So I think it's a good answer, and also it's a counter for the Ling. He does have that corrosive strike to be able to get that stun, walk out with the flicker, especially when a Ling does try and go against him. So what better way, instead of going against it, to join forces with it? And that's going to be Kokomi locking up this Brody, and now only one left is going to go ahead and opt in on his marksman. He's going to go ahead and secure this Melissa.
Absolutely right. But speaking of things also being secured, Kaya going to go ahead and lock in this Lolita pick. But again, I fear for it because the Valentina is still open. You know, that IMU can steal that Luminum Blast. And even though Melissa does have that go away, it can still stun her down, right? But again, we're seeing Team Time looking for the immediate response, hovering over this Atlas pick. Now, if they do lock this in, a good Lolita can block the Fatal Links as it is a projectile ultimate. So if Kaya here can kind of time her shield properly here, it could potentially backfire for the side of Team Time here, right? But speaking of target things, the Badang gonna go ahead and be taken out for the side of Team Time. And Weezy, you were curious about it the last game. Maestro on this Badang was able to make a Joy go 0-5 within the first 5 minutes of the match last game with that Badang pick.
Yeah, the Badang was definitely a surprise. Like, that was the best Badang game I've ever seen. But he kind of fell off when it came to the mid and the late game. Like, he did a great job in the early, but I didn't really see a strong presence. But that could have been more on the team overall, as we've seen Team Time kind of dominating on the objectives as a whole. And right now, you kind of mentioned that Lolita against the Atlas. I've been trying to try that out, man. That shield bulwark shit. I've seen it and practicing in theory, but it's very hard to pull off. And I'm not really sure. I mean, you're talking about Kaya, right? This is the Kaja that was slotted against the Fanny and had 0-0-1 assist all the way to almost the late game. So I don't know if that we can really bank on that to happen. But I don't know. Anything's possible. I'm definitely going to be rooting in his favor. But you also got to keep in mind with the Lolita too, there are some things that can work against him. Lolita has that Numion Blast for that set potential, but you have a Ling. He has the Tempest of Blades. He can get out of that CC any time of the day. And also, they still haven't picked their XP lane. They can pick anything to kind of disrupt him. They can even pick a Ruby to kind of grab up this Lolita when she does do that Numion Blast, or even the Grok, a direct counter as well. And right now, I feel like if they're not careful, Shadow 9 may draft themselves into a hole that they cannot get out of.
Absolutely right. And we do see, you mentioned the EXP laners there. I do like this Esmeralda pick. I think she's going to be able to apply some more pressure. Not only that, Lolita's shield from her passive is going to give Esmeralda a much easier time as well in terms of sustaining these team fights when she does initially go in for that poke. Right now, it doesn't even matter if the Lunox is going to be mid lane, since they did go ahead and lock in that Melissa, but they do have some answers for it, right? There's a lot of tanky frontline compositions coming in. Speaking of things coming in, we're gonna go ahead and lock in this Valentina. I like it. I think it adds a lot more set potential for them, where Kaya may potentially fall short in this match. Again, it's going to come down to execution, right? But now that both drafts has been finalized, Weezy, which draft are you more confident in?
I'm going to have to go with the side of Team Time. I mean, if you are looking at Kaya on this Lolita, it's an upscale battle. When they locked in this Julian, he has the enhanced change for the knockup. He has mobility to escape. Not to mention the Esmeralda is going to take his shields, can also Falling Star Moon and cancel that out. The Atlas, if Kaya is not quick enough, he's going to have an easier time with the Fatal Links. There's no Purify on the side of Shadow 9 to stop him from going in on the set potential. And not to mention, with Ling over there into the hands of Kai, there's no direct counter to shut him down. So I'm definitely expecting Team Time to have a very great early game presence and may be able to close this out for an early finish. But I gotta also extend that question not only to you, but to everybody on YouTube as the polls are up. Definitely vote who you guys think will be able to take this game. As right now, Shadow 9 up against Team Time. You are seeing Team Time already with an advantage taking game 1, and now with the draft locked in, Rim, I'm gonna go ahead and shoot your question back to you. How do you kind of feel about the draft?
Well, they did go ahead and slot this Lunox in the jungle, right? And I was already seeing them positioning to help her with that clear a little bit more. I think if Shadow 9 gets the advantage in that early game, they have better snowball capabilities. I think Lunox in this jungle, she offers so much in terms of that early game burst damage coming in. And when you look at what Lunox can offer consecutively throughout the match, it's going to be the Ruby DD combo, right? You don't really need the flicker for it. You can still execute it. And when you pair the poke that's going to be coming in from that, plus the utility, the additional utility coming in from this Valentina as well, right? I do think the overall poke potential is going to scale towards the favor of Shadow 9 in this early game potential. We do know Side of Time right now, they're a team fight competition, right? They have to play for their level 4. Right now, they don't have a lot of that burst damage. They have more so poke, but speaking of poke damage here in the stop side, a lot of utilities gonna be baited out as there's no successful engage so far. But yeah, Weezy, in terms of early game, I'm gonna give it to the side of Shadow 9, but it's gonna depend on how well they're able to kind of scale throughout this game.
And now you are seeing the 1v1 on the bottom side. The King of Shaw Essence versus the Queen of Shield. Who will prevail? You are seeing Ganyu in a bad situation, though. 2v1. V is going to rush in and take him down, securing first blood for the side of Team Time.
See, I mentioned the power of this Lunox.
Oh, Shadow 9. Shadow 9 picked that up.
Yeah, so I mentioned the power of the Lunox. And from here, I think this just adds on to so much snowball potential. Valentina is going to secure that Fatal Links, but she might secure her death as well.
You are going to see her frozen, immobilized by the perfect match. Kai going to pick up the kill and take down Zara, and now a 1-for-1 on the board to even up the kills. And I really got to see some stronger presence. We might be in it for a high kill game. We're only 2 minutes in, 2 kills on the board.
Absolutely, but it is still evened out, right? We may see a potential contest for this first neutral objective.
You're going to see Kai secure the turtle and uses Tips of Blaze to escape. And now the Black Dragon, Maestro hovering over. Does he drop down? Fatal Links for the double set. You are going to see the Petrify over there from the Yuzong and the Shaw Essence. Maestro going to take down just Sepro, and Kai is going to take down Ganyu. Maestro with the double kill takes down Pew Pew. 3 members down for the side of Team Time, but they were able to take that turtle.
I mentioned, the Valentina did come back in time. She was able to snatch that Fatal Links ultimate of her own. And this is what I said, right? In terms of that instant burst and poke potential, it's going to scale into the favor of Shadow 9 because of this Lunox pick. So what I think Time has to do right now, look for these quick pickoffs in that top side. As long as they can shut this Melissa down early on into the game, that's going to help Kokomi there on this Brody. But speaking of helping him, we do see them being revealed from the side of Shadow 9, which is kind of going to deny this surprise element. But Julian going in with the enhanced change.
He's going to try and pick up a kill, but Muddle's going to go ahead and chain the members of Time together for that damage. It looks like they're going to opt out of that fight, but something interesting to see is we got a little bit of Own It Kyrie right now as V is running the Lunox jungle, but speaking of V, gonna get taken down by Ganyu in the mid-river. 3v1 situation, not where you want to be, especially as that jungle, and that is gonna deny him some farm and put Kai in the advantage.
Absolutely, and I'm not too sure he had the Brilliance ultimate at his disposal. But speaking of having things at their disposal, Melissa gonna go ahead and be disposed. No, but the go away comes in though to save her life there. Just quick responses on her side, right? And that's what I like to see from these teams here. But we are also seeing some first core items being picked up here. The Honda Strike in the hands of Yu Zhang being locked in, the Enchanted Talisman from the Esmeralda, as well in response to that and the EXP lane. And I'm shocked, right? The EXP laners are the first ones to pick up their first core items in this game. But speaking of things being picked up here, we're seeing a lot of poke happening throughout this match as we're approaching that second neutral objective.
You are seeing that turtle spawn, and the question is who will be able to take this objective. Right now, 5-2, Shadow 9 leading the way, and nobody really kind of focusing on it. You are seeing Kai going for that blue buff first, but now with that being said, he has picked that up, and his next task is to kind of secure this. But look at Kai, look at Zara already in position for the zonage.
But they're rotated to the top side, so I think they're not going to take this neutral objective. They're going to give it up and get that trade on Melissa, and here they go, Weezy.
A lot of utility bursted. Kokomi picking up that kill. All of that for one person, and that is going to allow time to respond, or not time, that's going to allow Shadow 9 to be able to take this turtle in response. But overall, if you shut down that marksman, I think it's a better trade for Team Time.
Absolutely right, and they gave up that turtle. That's not one of those neutral objectives that you want to give up for free, right? But we do see Maestro there trying to go ahead and defend, but that is 3 members from the side of Team Time. But look at Valentino with the flicker.
He's going to rush in with the IMU for the double set. Now the Numion Blast going to seal Kokomi's fate. And Pew Pew bursted down from Maestro. Maestro on that killing spree. And I got to say, that was an excellent play. And Shadow 9 coming alive. They're finding the answers that they didn't have in game 1. And we were wondering how they would kind of jump into this. And right now, you are seeing them playing headstrong.
Absolutely right. There goes the Toughness of Blaze to try and clear those. But we see the taunt coming in. The Falling Star Moon, though. Clear the minions, and she's gonna go ahead and back off, right? And I like the momentum and energy that I'm seeing from the side of Shadow 9, right? They were able to take that tower in that top side, and we're seeing them have responses this game. Weezy, and this is what I love, right? Look at Melissa right now pushing this tower, and I mentioned the potential that they have coming in, right? They have a lot of diversity within their draft, more utility coming in, and like I mentioned, where Kyle falls short with the Aluminum Blast here, we're gonna see the IMU with the Fatal Links on Zaru kind of compensate for that, right? But speaking of things being compensated there, up in this top side, we're seeing the side of Time, a lot of pressure in this top side.
Yeah, and right now, speaking of pressure, Shadow 9, full foot on the gas, 7-3, leading in terms of kills and also in terms of presence on the map. They were able to take the tier 1 turret for the top and bottom side and able to dent in some damage on the tier 1 for the mid. And now the dive over there from Maestro. Kaya gonna pick up the kill onto Kokomi. Down goes Brody, but are they done here? Do they stop on the bottom side though? Look at Pew Pew. Almost bursted down from the power. Muddles 2v1 situation, but you are going to see only one left be able to get out of there alive. But look at Brody, possibly torn apart memories on the way. But no, you are going to see in the mid lane though, Shadow 9 making the advantage of the separation. Since there was a heavy focus on the bottom side, they are going to go ahead and claim that tier 1 turret for the mid lane.
But they're not done. They're also going to go ahead and try to claim this turtle themselves, right? Because you do see them focusing their direction there. And I'm not sure why Lunox didn't quite pop her Chaos Assault here to clear that turtle, but we're seeing Stepbro potentially looking for a Fatal Links, but he's being zoned out right now from the side of Shadow 9.
And there goes the Fatal Links for the double set. The knockup from the Furious Dive over there by Maestro. Kai picking up the turtle with the Retribution View, taking down Jeth. You are going to see Maestro with a mega kill take down Pew Pew on this Julian. You are going to see the Cosmic Fission going out by this Lunox, and V going to pick up a kill, burst down Ganyu on the Esmeralda, and that is going to be a double kill into the hands of the Lunox jungle. But Turtle still going to the side of Team Time, as well as the tier 1 turret for the mid lane.
But the gold, looking at the gold lead right now, they were still able to keep that advantage. Not only that, they were able to secure that tower in the top side, but only one left is not going to be allowed to recall this easily, right? But is he going to overstay his welcome?
Is going to be able to pick up a kill on his way out. Make that a double! Wait a minute, but Maestro damage control is going to go ahead and clean that up. Kokomi, though, does have torn apart memories. Is going to go ahead and burst down. Only one left on this Melissa. But wait a minute. You are seeing Maestro in with the Shaw Essence. Furious Dive, Dragon Tail onto Ganyu. But the sustainability of this Esmeralda, too much for him to handle. And she is going to be able to get out of there. But Kokomi, 1v1 over there against this Lolita on Kaya. And you are going to see Valentina rush in with the Terrify and burst him down. And right now, it's just insane on these engagements. You did see Link split push the bottom side, though. So they are going to have lane pressure and advantage for the side of Team Time.
Absolutely right. And again, I mentioned that these teams having these trades here on the map, and I like the responses coming in from both, right? But time is of the essence for Team Time right now. They have to be able to get some shutdowns on this map, right? Looking at some of the items picking in Melissa, going for that Trinity build. She has the Demon Hunter, that collision site. Once she secures this golden staff, the models is gonna start hurting a little bit more, right? We do see Valentina locking in that cooldown reduction for that extra spam ability with those skills. She has the genius to stack onto that defense, right? But also Lunox having her burst right now, and she's also gonna build into that genius as well. But speaking of things, a fatal links and a concealed play not gonna miss the mark right now, and that is a lot of wasted utility for the side of Team Time right now, right? But they still have time to scale, right? Broly did secure his Blade of Despair, so that's gonna be what he has going for him so far. But speaking of things to go for, looking for possible engagement here as the Black Dragon goes in.
Is going to go ahead and drop down with the Furious Dive and the Dragon Tail, but not going to be able to secure a kill. Still a lot of pressure inside of the favor for Shadow 9. Numion Blast for the triple set. The Petrified from Maestro. The Fatal Links to respond from the IMU. Zara with the double kill takes down Kokomi. But you are going to see V take down Atlas to respond. 3 members off the board. Kai going to shut down Kaya on this Lolita. Now you are seeing Ganyu 1v4 situation. Not the place you want to be. How did he get in this situation? And now the damage is too much to handle. Takes down Zara, but shut down himself over there by only one left on this Melissa. Now they're going to go ahead and clean house on the tier 2 turret for the mid lane and may be able to take the inhibitor as well. As look at Ling. He is opting in for the split push on the bottom side.
And that's what he has to do at this point, right? But at the top, we see the Fatal Links from Atlas.
You are going to be able to pick up that kill on top of there. And now, look at Maestro! The Finch poise! Kai's going to shut him down, activating Killing Spree. And man, talk about split push potential at its finest.
They also, from the side of Shadow 9, they overstayed just a little too much, right? They were in the position to kind of back off and prep for this Lord. They could have evened out the map a little bit and then have that zoning potential, but no. The side of Team Time able to capitalize off of that misplay, and they're going to go ahead and secure this Lord themselves. And we're already seeing them putting the focus in terms of the lane, right? As this match goes on, I'm expecting this lane to deal a bulk of that tower damage when we do look at the final statistics, right? But I want to look at win conditions right now. Shadow 9, they do have the capabilities to hold on a defense, right? They can layer the Fatal Links if Zal was able to pick that up again pre-Lord Clash. There's also the Luminum Blast from Kaya there. But there's also the burst that's going to be coming in from Lunox, right? And Maestro has the CC. He does have that Petrify up. So as long as they can focus on that back line, I would highly suggest Shadow 9 try to prioritize this Brody in these clashes, right? Julian, he's pretty much going to be not that useful once he does use his full combo. So capitalize off of that, right? He has to go in, he has to get close. Y'all can capitalize off of that and shut him down. But we do see a concealed play being popped.
Atlas gonna risk it all. Jess rushing in for a one-man set. Only one left, taken down by Kokomi. The IMU for the Fatal Links. V taking down Jet. V getting the double, takes down Kokomi. Maestro takes down Pew Pew. This is what they needed to turn this around. Look at Esmeralda Ganyu hit by the Shaw Essence. Maestro with the double kill on the Yuzong, leaving only Kai by himself, who did split push on that inhibitor for the bottom side, but left alone. This may be the opportunity for Shadow 9 to close in on their inhibitors. You are seeing the tips of blades go into Maestro. He is gonna get out of that situation, but barely any HP, and now Kai now shifting his focus over to his blue buff.
You know, there was only one member left there, and he definitely capitalized off of it, right? Being able to open up that map there for the side of Shadow 9, which is going to give them a little bit more pressure, depending on if Time is able to secure this next. I'm looking at this Julian. He's 1, 6, and 7 right now. And I'm not seeing him being able to offer much towards his team so far, right? Kaya has had some beautiful aluminum blasts, and we were kind of saying that there's a lot of things working against it, right? But they have some more items at their disposal right now. We are seeing Yu Zhang with that Oracle, gonna boost his sustainability coming in as well. Unox being able to lock in those 2 magic penetration items. Not only is it gonna help her, but it's also gonna help some of the additional bursts coming in with Valentina, especially now that she secured that Holy Crystal herself, right? We do see only one left being able to secure that Trinity. I would suggest looking for that Wind of Nature next, right? We do see that Step Bro there with his Atlas is not afraid to getting that one fatal links on her. So I do think if she does have that additional sustainability coming in, it's going to kind of mitigate some of that burst as Link and the Brody is kind of only prioritizing her in terms of who they're targeting, right? But the side of time, they still do have some damage as well, right? We did see some malefic roars being picked up on the board, so they do have that physical penetration that's going to be coming in from their side, as well as Marella being able to secure some of that sustainability for herself, as well as she's going up against this Yu Zhang. And then the Julian, right? As long as he's able to get that poke in, he has the genius, he has the growing, and it's just going to come down to how he's able to land these shots here. But speaking of things being landed, we're seeing a little bit of a poke down in this bot side as both EXP laners kind of make their way up for this Lord.
And now Kai gonna go ahead and secure that with the Retribution. Lord in favor for the side of Time. Now the conceal play over there by Jess, not gonna find a set. A little bit of wasted utility on his behalf, but on the bottom side, Kai continuously giving pressure. You are seeing Lord slowly making his way on the bottom lane as well, and now all Team Time has to do is sink these lanes for a possible finish.
And that's exactly what they're doing, right? We noticed that lane, he left the lane that Lord is pushing in, but the Aluminum Blast going in.
He's gonna go ahead and stun Kokomi. V gonna burst him down. The marksman for the side of Time, and now can they get another? You are seeing Brilliance activated. The Furious Dive from the Yu Zhang, but both sides able to get out. But only one left is going to find Ganyu just in time. And two members for the side of Time fell from that engagement. An advantage for Shadow 9 to kind of claim their presence on this map. And now in the mid-river, Pew Pew in a bad situation. Stunned over there by Kai. But now Kai taking some damage. Is going to use the Bulwark Shield to stop Kai on this Ling. And they do have the numbers. They can fight this out, but you are seeing Valentina kind of fending off the horde of minions on the top lane.
And for a while there, we see they almost won, right? She did get taken quite low there, but both sides right now, they do have some responses, right? And again, the Aluminum Blast coming in from Kai right now, he's definitely online, making up for that Kaja performance in the last game. I think he listened to you, Weezy, and you said, you're about to put some respect on my name from this match going forward, right? And he's definitely showing that in terms of these setups that he's getting, right? But I do like the pressure coming in from Time. Usually when you do slot in that assassin in that jungle, when we're in that late game minute mark here, which we're approaching, as we're leaving that mid game, that's what they're good at, right? They have to find this split push to kind of help their EXP laner be able to apply some of that lane pressure, right? And that's what Kai is kind of doing here. But we're seeing Atlas moving around, looking for a potential pickoff here on Maestro in this bot side.
You are seeing both teams trying to find an opportunity to close this out. Not playing too aggressive, realizing the respawn timers are very high. 17 minutes in, you cannot risk getting picked off on a solo push. The only one who can really do it is Kai, though, on this Ling, so they have to make the most out of his mobility, but he is that jungler, which means it's high risk, high reward, right? If the concealed play is opted in by Shadow 9, they may be able to get a set on him, as they do have the Lolita, and they also have the IMU from Zaru, who can grab up this Atlas, which she already has it in her possession, just waiting for the right opportunity to use it.
Absolutely right. Speaking of opportunities here, that Winter Truncheon pickup is going to allow for, the opportunity to survive another engage. So I do like that item being picked up there from Zaru on this Valentina, right? But again, looking at the EXP laners, man, both of them just kind of, I don't know how y'all play EXP lane, if I'm being honest with you, right? This is so boring. Y'all enjoy this type of gameplay?
I love it. I'm an XP main myself, and man, being able to be in just the heart of the battle is definitely challenging, but you got to be careful because you are that front line, so any mistake is costly. But look at that, Esmeralda left unchecked. They are going to have to recall, and this is going to create the opportunity from the split push to be able to take this Lord a good move on the board for the side of Time. And now with that happening, look at Kokomi already doing damage, setting up this presence on the Lord, but now I'm going to shift focus into the blue buff. They did spot a member out. Fatal Links is going to go ahead and get the set with the Petrify and the IMU for the double Fatal Links. What is going on? Maestro picking up killing spree, takes down Jess. That is going to be the roam for the side of Time out of this game, but they still have the zone is for this Lord. But do they take it? As this is a full 5-man team, they have the numbers. They can push this fight, but lane pressure is not in their favor. And it looks like Time with the wise decision. They're not going to opt in on this objective. They realize we do not have our roam. We need to draw this out a little bit longer and wait for him to respawn in 16 seconds.
But look at the bot side. Are they potentially going to go for that backdoor play? We do see some recalls coming in from the side of Shadow 9, but we're also seeing a lot of pressure for this Lord Steel. But they're going to go ahead and focus the space, Weezy.
I love how they did that, right? They forced the members to go back. Kai's gonna pick up the Lord. Only one left is gonna burst him down, but look at the Nexus! Down to about a quarter of HP. And now Pew Pew and Ganyu have to get out of there. Immortality has been procced on Ganyu. Black Dragon hovering over. Maestro shifted his focus. Does not go in for that. Is gonna make his way to the mid-river. V with a Mega Heal takes down Pew Pew. But look at Ganyu. Does have the sustainability, but over inside of the jungle. The Fatal Links for the set. Immortality has been procced on only one left. He is going to still go in for the fight, though. The Power Muddles prevails, but no! The torn apart memory is going to shut him down into the hands of Kokomi, and now Lord is making his way through the top lane to the Nexus of Shadow 9.
And I'm scared for them. They have the declared potential coming in from Lunox with that Dark ulti, right? The higher the HP, the more damage it does. And at this point in the game, I think you surviving is much better than you securing a kill and potentially losing your life in that process, right? We see the aggression coming in from time. They do have, and a little bit here, they're gonna have the Fatal Links. We're already seeing them looking for the positioning here to potentially cut someone off here, Weezy.
Looks like they're not going to go in for that set, though. A wise decision, as utility is important on these engagements with that respawn timer being so long. And now the Fatal Links for the set onto Maestro, the one-man army, but the Nexus, ladies and gentlemen, the backdoor play. Team Time takes the game with the sweep.
Man, beautiful gameplay coming in from Team Time there. Even though the side of Shadow 9 did have some responses for it, we saw them have a comeback potential within that mid to late game mark, right? But the side of Team Time, man, I just want to comment on terms of the team's overall micro and macro, right? Not only were they able to apply lane pressure, we saw not Valentina, the Esmeralda there, being able to, keep Yuzhong in that lane with her. Not only that, right, but in the opposite lane, we saw the lane being able to kind of just split those minions, right? When the members of Time fell there as well, and the side of Shadow 9, they did have the number advantage for that Lord. They kept with that pressure, right? They knew that someone would have to respond. We saw them constantly applying that pressure in terms of that lane. And not only were they outnumbered, Kai on this lane was able to steal that Lord from right under the hands of Shadow 9, right? Looking at some of the statistics coming in, we see a lot of team fight participation coming in from the side of Time. Even though it was a low kill game on their end, you can have the kills, but once you have that objective mindset that the side of Team Time displayed throughout this match, that's what's going to win you the game, right? Look at Ling right now. I said during the game, once we cover the statistics, he is going to have a bulk of that tower damage, right? Going in there with that 66%. I mentioned this, right? We do see that overall damage as well coming in from Kokomi there, as well as Ganyu. They're on this Esmeralda, right? Pew Pew, they're not quite being able to, pew pew anyone during this game. But again, once you're an objectives-focused team, what really matters. He was able to help keep the side of Shadow 9 a little bit distracted, while Kai kind of applied that pressure as well with Ganyu there on this Esmeralda, right? We did see some amazing Fatal Links coming in from Stepbro as well to kind of add on to that team fight pressure for the side of Team Time here. But also good game from Shadow 9 as well. Saru being able to have some good responses with that IMU, with those Shadow 9 as well. Good sets coming in from Kaya on this Lolita. But again, you can have the kills, but once you have that objective mindset, that's what's going to make you win this game, and Team Time takes this serious.
Man, I love when a team gets a backdoor play for the finish, but dang, they even backdoor played the caster. I was over there on the play-by-play. I'm over here looking at this fight. I'm running the camera, and then I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. What happened? The game was won, and Team Time prevails with a sweep over Shadow 9, and that is a great way to earn your spot inside of the grand finals. As ladies and gentlemen, we are officially hosting the Excellent Era 5 vs 5 tournament. 3 amazing individuals made this happen, put together all these teams, had this great idea for them to compete, and that was Kyram, Picao, and Hennessy. So special shout out to them, and a pleasure to be able to host the semi and grand finals on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel. And now, moving forward, we are going to see Team Time prevail against Shadow 9 and claim their spot inside of the grand finals for the Series 1 winner. And now up next for the second series, the final series of the semifinals. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be seeing second to none go up against the Untouchable in a best of 3. So definitely let us know, who do you guys think will be able to take this game? Who do you think will win the grand finals? A lot of questions on the board, and I don't know what to expect. Because honestly, Shadow 9 almost turned that around in that game. Like Rim kind of stated, I think it was excellently broken down. They didn't have that many kills, right? It was like 4-12, and Time was on the back end for majority of the game. Even in the end of the game, it was like 11-27. And that just goes to show it's not always about the kills, but it's about the objective prioritization, and it's also about the synergy. It's about the fortitude, the mentality that you have going in there. And when your backs are against the wall, I believe pressure makes diamonds, and looks like pressure provides time, as you are able to see Time claim that spot in the grand finals. But ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere, as we still have two amazing teams ready to go toe-to-toe, ready to jump inside of the land of Dawn. We are going to be seeing second to none up against Untouchable up next for the final series of the semifinals. See you guys shortly.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now. Made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky. You're a man of saving God. Touch the sky. You're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the ground. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, and we'll be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie to base basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it bound. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will let me are strong. Even though we know we're base against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
Alright, I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
Three wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
Three wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm late son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? like here a little bit. Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably Blacklist, because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes on me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your hand? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting. wouldn't make it, cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I took the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make you proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Don't you stop, you're a man of silver and gold. Don't you stop, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
Three wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
Three wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm like son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably Blacklist, because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to M4!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes and remain strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the control.
touch the sky. You're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it on the go. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fire in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy and officially on the Excellent Era 5 versus 5 tournament. Lots of amazing teams ready to compete inside of the Land of the Dawn. And also, speaking of which, this is the semifinals, the final series of today for the semis, as we are looking at two amazing teams, second to none, going up against the Untouchables. The winner of this series will be going up against Team Time in the grand finals, all live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel. Now, moving forward into the draft, two amazing teams ready to go toe-to-toe. A lot of big names in there as well, some familiar faces. Speaking of familiar faces, join on the desk. We have the man with the plan to break down these analysts and analytical points, keys of victory, and also items. Yue is in the building, and I will be your play-by-play to break down these engagements. How you doing, Yue?
Yes, sir, I'm doing good. Keys of victories will belong to me, right? So let's talk about some of these matchups right now, right? The second to none, we did see a strong showing coming out outside, right? Some of the people that really do shine for me will be Super Yuki on that mage position going down mid lane, and also Protagonist going into that jungle position. But the Untouchables, right? These guys I actually know quite a bit. We actually have some strong players coming in from their side. We have Milo, which was in the Valley going through that N4, right? He was the sub for that team, but you know, he was still able to get a lot of those Asian experiences. And Jay, I believe one of the roamers coming in from the Asia server as well, and you know, also played in the professional scene. We got Anna, which is going to be that jungle position, and I believe he was playing for S2 during those days. And also Gina, which is going to be one of the sub marksman gold laner for the Ohio brothers, if people don't really know about that. And also Rose, you know, is in the Ohio brothers themselves, and actually was recruited from the Valley too. So again, the Untouchables right now, it's a very strong team going against second to none, which is actually considered one of the stronger teams in MLSA. So Weezy, I'm so excited as we get into this draft phase.
Now, I love how you kind of mentioned these players, right? We've seen Milo kind of dominate in the mid lane position, kind of replacing Hoon for a little bit inside of that mid lane. And now, speaking of Hoon, you mentioned the Ohio brothers and Gina. I definitely was looking in. I was like, that has to be Gina God mode. We call her Gina Claude mode from time to time. And to be able to see that level 999 is definitely not an understatement right there. That's definitely right on the mark. Is if you're not careful, Gina can dominate in that gold lane. I definitely think one of the best gold laners in the NA community, and I'm excited to see what Gina brings in store. As this is like a little bit of a sneak peek into NACT right now, so definitely getting out my notebook and taking some notes. But looking at the draft so far, we are looking at the Fanny being banned out from the side of second to none, and also something not typically banned out, the Argus. And do you think it's because Arg rose?
Oh yeah, so the Fanny pick, you know, Anna, I've actually played with him quite sometimes. He does pick up that Fanny, especially towards the right type of composition, right? And the Argus pick is one of Rose's all-time favorite. He has a couple heroes in his bag, right? He has this Zalong that we honestly might be able to get to see this time around, especially since it does look like he is going to be placed either into that mage position down mid or even that EXP, right? And we do see the Fredrin being banned out. That does tell me that, hey, on the side of Untouchables, they might be looking for something like an assassin type of jungler, right? Anna is one of the experts onto those roles, and also that Joy is being banned out, so there won't be any electrifying beats happening up in this map.
Yeah, you are going to see that Joy taken out and that Fredrin as well. And now 3 seconds on the board. The final ban for the first phase on to the side of the Untouchables. And they're going to go ahead and skip it and go ahead and shift this back over to second and none. And I'm wondering why. I mean, I guess you have second pick. You have 2 valid options. And looking at what's available, the Kaja still walk. The glue is an option, but it can be countered by the Faramis. So it might not be the strongest answer. And I'm wondering what the side of second and none is going to pick first in the draft. As we know, they have the advantage to kind of prioritize whatever hero they want, but there is still an option for the Untouchables to counterpick it.
Yeah, so just like Weezy said, there is a lot of options available. We're talking about all the mages, right? Again, that Valentina, one of the strongest picks. We also have that Kaja available onto that map. And, you know, in terms of some of the junglers, right? Some of that Hayabusa, and wow, an early pickup onto this mage position. Super Yuki, again, one of the known players. I was able to witness the Kadita honestly twice, and both times he showed strong showings, strong masteries, and good rotations onto that. But the counter pick comes out, that Faramis and that 1-1.
You're going to see the 1-1 slotted nice and early, but there is still suppression on the board. I mean, Kaj is still available and a Franco, and so it's showing a lot of comfortability for the Untouchables right now, and you have to watch out. If that 1-1 can get online, you do see that Inspire for the battle spell. It's going to have a strong presence in the gold lane. You need something to kind of match it up and go toe-to-toe with, and you are going to see Wander Cutie pick up this Brody. I think that's a great answer. Brody, one of the strongest marksmen this season. He can fight from afar. He has the torn apart memories to burst you down, and he also has a little bit of mobility and a stun in his disposal with that corrosive strike for his second skill. So overall, I think it's a solid matchup right now, and I'm liking what I'm seeing so far in the early phase for this draft.
Yeah, and kind of just want to talk about some of the matchups coming in, right? We do see both teams locking in those mages really early on in the draft, and that's typically what happens, right? We want to lock in that roam as a counter pick towards the end. But going back to what I was saying, this Faramis is going to be able to try and rotate really fast, but Kadita's wave clear is also fast, so there's going to be a really good fight at that level 4. And especially if Rose is not planning on building or bringing that Purify into that battlefield, it's going to be a little bit hard to hit that cold altar, especially with the Petrify coming in from the Kadita.
And now you are seeing a lot of mobility into the hands of the Untouchables, but there's still not an XP laner picked, right? Protagonist can technically run it in the XP, but something I'm looking at that could possibly work if they ban out the Esmeralda is a man with a plan, the master of the dashes, Phoveus, being slotted in here. I think that would be a very strong answer, but they have to kind of play it safe. If they ban out the Esme, I wonder if they'll kind of spot that out, or if they even go for that decision. I mean, you do have a little bit of that advantage being able to kind of shut down Gina with those dashes, and also the Lancelot with that puncture. So I don't know, looking at the draft so far, with the Julian being taken out, the Valentina off the board, it looks like right now they're trying to kind of deny having a hard time against that sustainability. You do have Arg Rose on this Faramis with that Cold Altar, and taking out that Valentina means, hey, they don't have a Cold Altar, and I like that decision. I think it's a smart pick so far from the side of the Untouchables.
Yeah, and let's talk about this 1-1 pickup, right? And a lot of the drafts, especially in the previous games, we actually don't really see a 1-1 being banned out or picked. So again, one of these heroes for me personally, I am a big advocate of that 1-1, right? I kind of want to see it dominating the lane, especially towards that late game when he's able to build up some of those items like the Croatian and the Demon Hunter sword, and, you know, added along with that Inspire Spire and the crossbow Ting, 1-1's just one of those heroes that can do so much in these team fights. And you know, honestly, not about being able to pull out this 1-1 Gina, it tells me that, hey, this team is ready with a plan. He's, you know, just able to really master this hero, because it really takes a lot of skills to be able to just jump around and dash and, you know, dodging all the skills coming out from second to none.
And now they are going to go ahead and ban out this Yuzong to finalize the bans for the side of second to none. And now, looking at the Untouchables, they do have a chance to kind of get a counter pick that may work in their favor. They need a frontline presence, right? Maybe opting in on a fighter, or also slotting in their roam now, as it is the second phase in the draft. Diggy's not banned, so I don't really see them picking something up like the Atlas. Not to mention you have Super Yuki, who does have that mobility on this Kadita to be able to rush in with the rough waves and also get out. So it's not going to be the easiest in terms of set potential, right? You have Protagonist on this Martis. He has the Mortal Coils, so it is going to be an upskill battle no matter what roam you kind of choose to go for, but they need something. In terms of the early game, you can kind of give that to Gina, and if Gina does get online, can also be that late game damage, and it looks like Jay is going to go ahead and secure this Ruby. And the thing I like about this is Ruby, you don't know where she's going. It could be XP lane, it could be roam, but it keeps the side of second to none on their toes. And we talked about it. We talked about it, UA.
Ooh.
Is it gonna happen? You know Jay with Ruby gives more dashes.
You know, this might be a trap card hiding in that last pick, right? The Phoveus may get picked up, but the Esmeralda was not banned out, right? The Dragon is banned, and I really think they're gonna try to trap him here because, oh, and it does come out, right? But let's talk about this Kaja pick being picked up right here. This is one of the Divine Judgments, one of these suppressions, and the ability to just move and drag one of the opponents away, right? This is going to be the key to victory, especially for the side of second to none, because just being able to pick off one specific member, like let's say that Faramis or even the 1-1, you're just taking away so much damage, and it does look like we are going to see that last pick being locked in. It's a Angela. What is that, Wheezy?
Oh, I know it's a lot of sustainability, but is it the right decision? And it looks like they are going to opt in and finalize their draft. So Jay is going to be the XP lane. It's going to be a Ruby versus a Phoveus. Now, Phoveus does have the advantage in terms of the dashes, but Ruby has a lot of sustainability. So I don't see Phoveus bursting her down, but it's not really about the 1v1 situation. I think right now, if Kyo, plays his cards right, he'll have a very great time on the neutral objectives. Once you have that Clock of Destiny on this Phoveus and you go and fight for the neutral objectives, you can pretty much slam down with the Demonic Force and punish anybody who dashes. But they do have a saving grace from Milo with this Angela to be able to provide that Heart Guard to heal up one of the members and kind of attach himself to them to also provide slow. So I want to see which way this goes, but they opted in the double support right now for the side of the Untouchables, literally making them the Untouchables as they got so much sustainability. And now I got to ask you the question, how do you kind of feel about the draft so far? In terms of the early game, the first neutral objective, who are you thinking will have the easier time?
Okay, so here's the thing, right? I do know a lot about these both teams. I was able to watch a lot of Second to None. That Martis on Protagonist is one of his favorites, along with Super Yuki on that Kadita. And also, we've seen Lord Hayes on the Kaja, so I'm expecting a strong early game showing, especially coming in with that Demon Slayer emblem, right? But in terms of the Untouchable side, we have a lot of these all-star type of caliber type of players, right? And even though their draft is looking a little bit weak on my end, especially with an Angela going against a Phoveus on the bot side, right? But it does seem like the Untouchables came in with a strategy, with the game plan. The 1-1 and the Angela are both, you know, really good together. And even just looking up at that gold lane matchup, you could already see that, hey, that 1-1 is zoning out, and the little fight coming in at mid side.
You are seeing the fight on the mid side. Jay taking some serious damage. Lord Hayes giving some pressure in the jungle, not able to steal, and his red buff with the Ring of Order, but still definitely a good try. Now in the mid river, you are seeing Angros kind of low as well, and you are seeing some good rotations right now from Second and None, trying to deny any farm they can for the Untouchables, but wait a minute. You are seeing the Thorn Rose. Ana trying to take down Lord Hayes, and Gina rushing in like a madman. They are trying to get this first blood, and they may be able to pull this off as a puncture, and the Thorn Rose. Ana picking up first blood is going to shut down Lord Hayes, but not before Gina picks up another kill. Take down Super Yuki, but protagonist activating the decimation is going to take down Ana. Can they make it even? Can they get another kill to even up the scoreboard? No, and it looks like right now Untouchables is going to lead the way.
Yeah, they Untouchable, second to none, did able to pick up that one kill at that mid side, but again, the Untouchables did also get that one kill, but Brody was left alone at that top lane, so he was able to get a lot of farm onto that gold tower. And with this turtle being spawned out right now, right, we do have to give the advantage towards using that Demon Slayer emblem, especially on Martis, right, one of those heroes that cannot be CC'd, especially through his first, second, and third phase. And this Kaja is on that level 4 position, so that Divine Judgment should be coming out real soon.
Well, I'm looking like second to none is the Untouchables right now. There's no contest to be able to take that turtle, and they're going to go ahead and secure that. But now the Heart Guard. You are going to see the Rough Waves. Kyo taking down Jay with this Phobius with the Demonic Force, slamming down on the Sprite Cam. Ana going to burst him down. Gina going to take another kill. Ana with the double takes out Super Yuki. But wait a minute, they are not done. Gina is going to go in for a possible another pickoff. But Martis with the decimation. Wander Cutie taking out Gina to respawn. And now Milo's going to pick up a kill. Secures that on protagonist on the Martis jungle for the side of second to none. 6-3. Untouchables leading the way in kills, but second to none claiming the first turtle.
Yeah, Untouchables looking like they are beginning to have a little bit of a snowball coming in, right? That Assassin Lance jungle, 3, 1, and 2 on the board. I kind of want to look at some of the items right now because there's a chance that he might opt for a tanky route, but no, he decides to go for that Hunter Strike as the first item. 1-1 has able to be picked up his Croatian side, so he is going to be adding on to that mobility after every single hit. And we do also see the Angela able to grab up to that fleeting time real soon, and another kill coming out from that mid side, right? The Kadita, I believe the Kadita was able to pick off that fair miss. Again, it's one of those picks that Super Yuki has in his pocket, especially with that with that Clock of Destiny coming out, right? And it does look like there might be a little bit of small skirmish happening up at top side, but again, nothing really happening right now.
But now that's going to change. As you are seeing the Ringo Order 4v3 situation. Second to none does have the numbers, but the Heart Guard for the sustainability protect Gina. Lord Hayes is going to go down. Gina securing that kill. Now the crossbow tank from all the weakness points has been activated, picking up a double, takes down Wonder Cutie. Can they get another? Look at Super Yuki out of position. Is going to use the Breath of the Ocean and the Rough Waves, and Super Yuki is going to pick up that kill. Is going to find Milo on that aggressive stance, and that is going to be a 1-4-2 trade. But look at the turtle, no contest, and is going to be able to secure this and even it out on the scoreboard as we've seen the first turtle go to second to none. But wait, protagonist going to change that 1v4. You are going to see Ana with the retribution secure it for the side of the Untouchables, but may be punished as you are seeing Kyo rush in. Is going to use that Maestro's Eye, not able to take him down, but right now in a bad situation, a little too overly aggressive and confident, is going to be bursted down. Crossbow tank may be activated, but no, gonna go ahead and save that ultimate. Rose is gonna go ahead and pick that up on this for Rammus for the mid lane.
Yeah, a lot of gold, and it does look like this Brody is out of position once again, right? And when we talk about this 1-1 pick, we always say that that late game scaling damage, especially with her mobility, is her strongest suit. But Gina Instincts with that level 99 is showing us that he can actually play this 1-1 early game and really be able to get up some of these kills one by one. And it does look like they're zoning out that top side tower, but again, Gina a little bit caught off guard by that tower coming in, and this Martis is coming up to see if he can get a quick kill, and the Retri comes out.
Oh, but the Heart Guard, and now you're going to see the crossbow tank for the counterplay. Down goes protagonist from the antagonist, and now Wonder Cutie, similar situation, a double kill picked up from Gina on the level 99, and now going to make his way into the tier 1 turret for the top side with no contest.
Yeah, no contest right now. The Untouchables are slowly starting to snowball out of control in this game. But this Kadita right here in position.
You're going to see Ocean's Oddity and the Breath of the Ocean killing spree on the Rough Waves on the way out. Is going to find Jay in that jungle. But now, look at the presence right now from the Untouchables in the mid. Going to go ahead and clear these minions, but not opt in on the fight. But they are definitely leading right now, 12-6, and also claimed the tier 1 turret for the top side.
Yeah, right now 12-6 is the score, right? There is 3K on the map that is above for the Untouchables, right? And looking at their comps right now, right? Lancelot, one of those, snowbally type of heroes, is just able to get what he really needs and just rotate around with no punish, but a small punish.
Hannah gonna rush out with the Phantom's Executioner. Last minute is gonna be that 1v3, but they were not able to burst down the jungler. Now you are gonna see the rough waves onto Jay. Not going to take out the Ruby, and Heart Guard is hovering over for a possible attachment to one of the members to provide some HP, but Milo in the back line is providing that health that they need, and they have a lot of sustainability, giving Second to None a hard time taking these engagements, but now the Demonic Force trying to change it, trying to take the momentum into Second to None's favor. He is going to try and pick up a kill, but this is a one-man army. Is going to rush into Jay, is going to shut him down, but now, wait, can he get another from all these dashes? Milo is going to go ahead and take him out of the board, and that is going to go ahead and allow Second to None and kind of have the advantage in terms of aggro on this turtle. Super Yugi going to take down Anna, so that is going to be the jungler with no retribution right now. Burst it out. Gina is going to take down Lord Hayes, the roam for the side of Second to None, but fight not over. Wonder Cutie is going to take out Arg Rose on the Faramis. While this is all happening, though, Protagonist making the most of the situation with the eyes on the prize is going to go ahead and secure this turtle.
Yeah, there's a lot of gold coming back to Second to None. They're able to really close out this lead by, 2K gold. And it does look like another small engagement happening, but Angela is able to get out, and that Heart Guard is being used on the 1-1 as they try to secure this blue buff while the Martis is able to trade that bot side tower. And I do think this is an advantage towards Second to None here.
Yeah, right now, the Angela giving him a hard time. Milo online, definitely having a strong presence. The roamer for the side of Untouchables running this. Not even roamer, he's the bottom side. He's the XP lane Angela right now, but making the most out of the situation now. Demonic Force going in, rough waves. Kyo able to pick up a kill on the Argros with the Malefic Eye, and now is going to pick up a double, takes down Jay. Gina going to respond, take down Kyo. Wonder Cutie shutting down Gina to respond. A 3-for-1 trade, opening up the chance for Second to None to claim the tier 1 turf for the mid lane. But look at Anna in position. Going to go ahead and puncture up on these minions. And now the Thorn Rose not going to hit anybody. And look at the HP of the tier 1 turret. It is going to go into the hands of Wonder Cutie. Heart Guard being activated from Honest. Not going to stop this fight. One-man army hit with the Petrify. Is going to Thorn Rose out of it. And talk about some beautiful micro.
Yeah, right now that micro coming from Lancelot was unable to save that mid tower, but again, they're looking to get this Protagonist right here. The Phantom Execution is probably going to come out, and it does look like they might try to go for a small disengagement. Jay does come in with that, I'm offended.
Is going to go ahead and pull in Wonder Cutie, and Jay is going to secure that kill. The marksman falling for Second to None, and now they have to disengage. But look at Gina is going to shift the focus to the tier 1 turret in the mid lane to try and even up this map. But now, Protagonist, who did try and rush in to defend in a tricky situation, weakness points has been activated. Crossbow tanks does go out, but unable to seal the deal. Protagonist getting out with 1 HP, but the presence of the Untouchables too much to handle. And the I'm offended for the set. You are going to see Super Yuki pulled in, but able to dash out just in time with the Ocean's Oddity. But Lord Hayes picking up a kill onto Arg Rose for the Faramis, but Gina's not going to stop here. Still trying to claim some real estate. Hit with the Demonic Force on her way out with the dash. There goes 1, there goes 2, there goes 3. Oh, wait a minute. What is going on? Not able to take her out with the Maestro's Eye, and I honestly thought she would have been taken down right there. But now without that Demonic Force, Phobius in a bad situation. You are going to see Kyo immobilized, and Anna's going to shut him down with Thorn Rose, but Lord Hayes was trying to kite the damage, was trying to provide that roam pressure, and now Super Yuki going to pick up a kill, takes down Anna Unstoppable. Decimation rushes into Jay. Protagonist securing the kill. You are seeing the Untouchables now in the back end, needing to kind of play a little safer. But Gina back in the mix is going to go in for a possible crossbow tank. It's going to go ahead and try and get these weakness points, but you are going to see the blue buff secured over there by Protagonist, and they are going to shift their focus back to their side of the jungle, but they were able to secure this Lord who is slowly pushing himself down to their base on the bottom lane.
Yeah, 10 minutes in, we're able to see this gold lead cut to almost 0, right? A lot of the cool items that are being built up right now, right? We do see that Wind of Nature coming in from that Brody to really try to negate some of the damage coming in from Lancelot. And from this 1-1, we also do see that Wind of Nature and able to build up that Wind Talker. So one of the cool things about 1-1, right? once you're able to build up that wind talker, it does mean that Phoveus will have a extremely hard time catching you with the ultimates, because you can just kind of dash around and kite him. So I want to say this 1-1 is online right now, as they're looking to try to defend some of these Lord waves, and it seems like the Untouchable is able to defend majority of the waves right now.
Yeah, definitely able to defend these waves. 15-17, high kill game. 11 minutes in, we are in the mid game. You are seeing gold pretty much about even right now, and both teams realizing neither side has the dominant position, but they're pretty much toe-to-toe right now, and this is going to boil down to one of them making a mistake, and this is why you are seeing this awkward engagement. Is we don't want to push out too far, but at the same time, if nobody makes a play, we're going to stay even on the board, so somebody is going to have to be confident and take this advantage in their favors. You are seeing Ana is in the lane by himself. Look at the side of Second to None, kind of in these bushes waiting for a possible pickoff, and now gonna maybe contest this blue buff. Not really sure who is gonna decide to make this first engagement, but it looks like neither side, and they're gonna go ahead and push off and continue in their jungle. But wait a minute, you are gonna see Ana to check that bush. Phantom's Executioner does have that mobility, is gonna be able to escape from that set that was possibly on the way from Second to None.
Yeah, Ana definitely smelled something fishy there in that bush, right? Just able to check with his first skill and safely get out with the Phantom Execution, right? And Milo on this Angela building up to a glowing wand. You don't really see this happening too often, especially in that EXP lane, but stacked with that Queen's Ice Queen wand, he is able to get a lot of slow as the Iron Fendant comes out.
Is going to go in for the set, but now the Demonic Terror for a response. Demonic Force going down. Crossbow tank has been activated. Wawan going to shut him down. But wait a minute. The Divine Judgment going in with the hard guard from Milo for the sustainability. Gina's going to stay alive. And now Milo is going to secure a kill on the protagonist. Gina's going to shut down Lord Hayes. And now the fight not over. Wonder Cutie in a bad situation is going to be bursted out as well by one. No, he's going to get a kill, but shut down by Gina. He did take down Jay in response though, but with only Super Yuki to defend, this may be a possible finish for the Untouchables as they are trying to close this game out. Look at the Ocean's Oddity over there from Super Yuki to get into the base for the sustainability, but with that minion in play, they are going to be able to do some serious damage onto the Nexus, and can they get it? Yes, they can! Ladies and gentlemen, the Untouchables secures game 1 against Second to None.
Man, oh man, right? The Untouchables scoring 21-16, a 13-minute match. The dominance coming in from Gina Gold Lane is just radiating off right now. Gina is just able to pick up kills after kills on that 11, 2, and 8. You know, one of the later scaling type of heroes on that 1-1, right? And he's just able to just snowball quite early ahead. And that Faramis and that Angela, right? The two supports that really was able to save Gina from so many deadly situations, especially in that last team fight. The Cold Ultra coming in from Rose and the Hard Guard coming in from Milo, just making sure that Gina is able to get the heals and the support necessary, right? And coming from Lord, coming in from Second to None side, we do see Super Yuki scoring a valid score, 5, 2, and 9, and also Lord Hayes. So their mid lane did a great job this game. Now let's take a look at some of the datas coming out, right? Gina Gold Lane is going to have that highest damage at that 41% mark, and along with a lot of that tower pushing, right? And look at the team fight participation. Milo, which is on the EXP lane, and Gina on the gold lane. They're so far apart, but just able to grab up the same team fight participation. What that tells me is this team is looking to group up extremely early, and especially with such a support-oriented draft, they're really able to let Gina shine quite a bit in this matchup we see.
Yeah, definitely a beautiful matchup indeed. And you are going to see right now the Untouchables claiming game 1 in a fierce battle in the Land of Dawn. A lot of amazing skirmishes, but only one team was able to prevail. And I got to say, one of the interesting things that I saw was the Angela against the Phoveus. And you were able to see Milo win that lane. And that's very impressive and hard to pull off. And that just shows you how much these teams have been working for the NACT spring season and perfecting their craft, and I gotta tip my hat over to the side of the Untouchables. But that is not it, ladies and gentlemen. This is a best of 3. This is the semifinals for the Excellent Era 5 versus 5 tournament, and it does not stop there. The question of the day now is, how are we gonna see Second to None respond? Will they be able to claim victory in game 2 and take them to a game 3? Or are we going to see the Untouchables live up to their name and be untouchable with a sweep? Don't go anywhere, as both these teams are getting ready to embark back inside of the land of Dawn for Game 2 of the final series for the semifinals.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it better. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, officially hosting the Excellent Era Tournament. And right now, in the semi and grand finals, 4 amazing teams who are competing it out to claim their spot in the finals. One was already able to kind of pave their way into that position. That was Team Time taking down Shadow 9. And now, Series 2, we are looking at second to none going up against the Untouchables. Both these teams competing in a best of 3. And the question is, who will be able to prevail? We've seen the Untouchables living up to the name of Game 1, able to take the swift finish with the Angela and the XP lane against the Phobias nonetheless. And that is going to put second to none on the back, and they need to find some answers. They need to find a way to turn this in their favor if they want to stay in this and have a chance to compete in the grand finals. If not, you are looking at the Untouchables with match point, may be able to close this out with a sweep. Joined on the desk, we have 2 amazing casters, 2 casters from the MLSA staff, and also one that you will be seeing in the NACT spring season. Ladies and gentlemen, we have on the play-by-play Coach Deku, Do You Even Breathe? And also joined on the analyst to break down these items with keys to victory, a familiar face that everybody should be aware of in the Land of Dawn for Mobile Legends. Ladies and gentlemen, Yue is in the building. How you guys doing?
Doing good, Wheezy.
I'm doing good, Weezy. Thank you. And Coach Deku, man, welcome to this tournament. And, you know, I'm so excited to be able to cast with an NACT caster once again. I know Weezy himself has been able to do that. And, you know, once again, the pleasure is all mine as we go into a little bit of this draft phase, right? We saw some strong showings coming out from Untouchables. In that early game, it does seem like the game was relatively even, but that 1-1 really scaled out of control, and I wonder if that's something that Second to None is looking to ban right now. And it does look like that Kaja has been banned out from the side of the Untouchables, right, Deku?
Yeah, we do got the 1-for-1 right now. Fanny and Kaja being taken off the board, and it's going to be some very interesting games going on. Those are both those pick-off type of picks, right? You have the Kaja with the Divine Judgment, and then Fanny with that Cutthroat being taken off the board. Something interesting here now. Thanos, haven't seen this, haven't been around too much to be able to get into these matches. Am I missing something here about this ban coming out?
Yeah, this Thamos actually has not been played too much, but from my perspective, right, the more that you ban these heroes that aren't used, the more that's going to be available for their team or for both teams to use. And typically when you see a lot of these bans being wasted, just like that first game, right, the side of the Untouchables is really going to have the ability to pick up any of those overpowered heroes, right? Some of these heroes like Glue, like the carry that might be picked up here. The Edith is also still available. All the mages like the Eve, the Valentina, the Faramis, they're all available here. So, you know, I'm excited to see what we're gonna see from the side of Untouchables, because there is going to be a lot open, especially after that last ban of Julian.
Absolutely, and I couldn't agree with you more. A lot going to be on the table for both of these teams when you leave some of those picked up, like you said. But immediately, Argus picked up UA. What's going on right now?
Yeah, again, Rose, you know, just picking up his one trick type of hero. I've seen this guy run this Argus so many damn times in the ranked games, and what he's really known for, right, is using that endless eternal evil, that skill that allows him to have that invincibility time frame and just chunk down towers after towers and just making sure that he's able to get that tower pushing himself. I believe you're gonna be able to see Rose just dominating his lane, just running it down the whole entire time. And from the side of Second to None, the answer does look like it's coming in, right? That dragon is able to just dominate that lane, and especially with the Black Dragon form, he's able to get a lot of the pressures, and especially in those turtle fights. And Super Yuki on that I'm Offended hero, the Valentina, right? This puts a lot of draft pressure going towards the side of Second to None, and it does look like they're picking up this Kimmy and this Cyclops, Deku.
Definitely is going to be interesting. I mean, like you said, we already opened up the gate kind of in a crazy way with the Argus being locked in. And then the response coming in, though, from the side of Second to None here. Pretty nice, pretty regular and standard Yuzhong, Valentina, Ling. a lot of firepower. But that Kimmy and Cyclops is absolutely insane. And I don't know if maybe this is a sign of disrespect that we're seeing in a draft game, a little lack of appreciation for the opponents, because it seems that way from the Untouchables right now. I don't feel like they're giving it their all in this draft, but this is an incredible unfolding for the first half of the draft here.
Yeah, definitely. Just like what Deku said, it is actually a little bit out of the picture, out of the world right now, coming in from the side of the Untouchables. And one of the things that I kind of want to make, right, that Valentina so far with that IMU is really unable to find a really, really good ultimate, right? The maximum charge coming in from Kimmy and also Cyclops' ultimate ability is just, it might not be enough for the Valentina to even attempt to grab it. And we go into the second phase ban, right? We do see a Kufra being banned out, and that might be something that Lord Hayes is proficient on, but I also think that there's a lot of things on the table, right? The Atlas that forces a lot of the purifies that might have to come in to the side of Untouchables, but it does look like they are gonna opt to let it go. So maybe the Untouchables is just so confident in this draft because they're really, really not focusing on any of these specific heroes that the side of Second to None is really going to be picking up right here.
Definitely not. And speaking of pickups, Claude being locked in for the side of Second to None. And again, we're seeing maybe something questionable be hovered over Gatot for a couple seconds there by the side from Untouchables. But I mean, we already went through Cyclops, Kimmy, and Argus. I don't expect this to kind of change. I'm not expecting anything too serious from them. It looks like they're committing to this theme of shenanigans, if you will, from the side of Untouchables. And like we've been talking about, they must feel untouchable because there is absolutely nothing that really makes too much sense here. As we see Johnson and Alucard locked in, UA.
Yeah, the Johnson coming in with that rapid touchdown, and Alucard with that fusion wave is just able to get a lot of the damage, a lot of these mobility type of things. But again, traditionally, we don't really see any of the heroes coming out from the Untouchables to really, push through this draft. And it might just be some type of micro skills that they are trying to pick up, because this draft is looking like it is in favor of Second to None, especially with the Hayabusa, one of the faster junglers and faster rotations type of thing, just able to single target a lot of those heroes, especially onto that mid lane. But that vengeance is coming out, right? So here's the thing, Deku, I want to ask you this question. Which side do you think you would favor in terms of that early game aggression and that early game objective?
I mean, right. So there's some things going on. Obviously, if I'm looking at Second to None, I'm looking at their draft and I'm like, okay, I have a clear image of what's going on. I can see kind of what we're going for and what every pick is kind of utilized for. I have no idea what Untouchables is doing. You know what? Now that I'm looking at it, how many Star Wars skins do we have? Did they try to go for a complete Star Wars lineup and just threw in Johnson to fill it in? Because that's what it's starting to look like right now. I mean, that's a little insane, but we have seen this before from some teams having a little too much fun going for those type of drafts. But I mean, I have to give it the Second to None, right? That's just the right thing to do in this situation, is it not, UA?
Yeah, Second to None definitely has the draft favor in their side, but that Star Wars theme might just be enough for the Untouchables, right? They have that synergy. They dominated that first game, especially under such a short amount of time, right? And let's take a look at some of the mid lane matchups coming in. We see this Johnson and we see this Cyclops. They both have that vengeance spell, so Hayabusa really is going to be unable to gank those two players, especially with those cooldowns available. And coming in from the Second to None, you already see that Chow rotating towards that EXP lane, putting some pressure on Rose on that Argus. And what that tells me is, hey, the Argus is probably going to look for a little bit of aggressive trade early on, and they just want to make sure that Yuzong does have the lane dominance here. They have that comfortability to make sure that he is going to be scaling into that mid game and getting that level 4 up early. And Deku right now, that bot side is looking like the Kimmy is already dominating, and we don't really see a Kimmy being played in that gold lane traditionally, right?
No, we definitely don't. Like I said, we don't see any of these picks traditionally played at maybe an Alucard here and there on the rare occasion. But Akemi is definitely unusual. But it does have that early game poke that does kind of go up against Quad, who wants to try to secure his laning phase. But up against Akemi, it's an extremely hard thing to do when your HP bar is being chipped away consistently and constantly from the gold lane for Untouchable.
And we did see the jungler go into a little bit of clash. It does look like the Hayabusa is looking to go in, but the shadow kill comes out.
And it comes out very late. The Ouija shadow kill underneath the tower, but he took a little bit of time there to decide on that. And with that being the case, Shadow's running out and gets stuck underneath the tower. But Lord Hayes here in the mid lane trying to find something, but in the jungle, Black Dragon form coming out, but that's going to be shut down by Anon's Alucard. So early on, 2 kills falling into the jungler for Untouchables.
Yeah, a small misplay, a little bit of an over-aggression happening from both the EXP and the jungler coming in from second to none. And again, Untouchables really showing that they are going to be dominating this early game, as it does look like the Johnson is preparing for his rapid touchdown and they are going to be setting up for this Lord. But the side of second to none already having the vision early on, that Chow is setting up into that bush, and it does look like there is going to be a passenger in this Untouchable rapid touchdown, and I believe the objective is going to be that first turtle coming up right now.
And he is going for something here. Demolition Derby Man is what we might be calling him, because like you said, he is definitely setting up for the turtle, and here it goes, crashing in onto Lord Hayes on this show. He's going to be taken down by Arg Rose up in the top side, and now turtle advantage to the side of Untouchables, but keep an eye on that top side bush. It doesn't look like Second None is going to give this away for free. Here comes Yuki transforming over to Cyclops here. Interesting choices. Anna's still going to lock down that turtle, and now Second None needs to get out the way. Here comes the Fission Wave coming out from Alucard, looking to take out Valentina, but a good Fury dive from Dijon, looking to stop the plays, but can he stop them from capitalizing on himself? And it looks like it was all for nothing. Valentina, Yuki taking a lot of damage. He's still going to be outplayed underneath the tower. Rose is going to find the kill. And right now, Untouchables finding the thrill that they need to keep this early game momentum going alive for their side. But hang on, rapid touchdown to the jungle as Cyclops finding the lockdown on the Hayabusa up there. He's going to find the kill. Milo, the mid laner for Untouchables right now, getting it done. But hang on, Hayes into the jungle. G Kundu onto Milo here, trying to find a play. His rapid touchdown is back again through the circle. And right now, he's just having fun, crashing into the wall. That's going to be the barrier to slow him down, as now the action gets a little bit of lull in the pace.
Yeah, and as we move into this early to mid game phase, right, a lot of these items are going to be coming up, right? The Super Yuki already able to complete that Clock of Destiny, and also the Kimi is able to finish that penetration item, that Genius one, and Rose being able to get that rapid boot. So that's going to tell me there's going to be a lot of fast rotation coming in along with the Croatian scythe, right? And just looking at some of the team fights happening, all I can hear, Deku, is just lightsabers going round and round and round. But you know, the rapid touchdown is able to connect onto that Chow into that mid lane, and you know, they're just able to get some of these kills. The Wave of the Dragon connects right here.
And it took a little bit of time for it to happen, but not too much time for Protagonist to jump in and finalize that kill, able to get his first kill in the game. But now here comes Argus on the tear. The weak shadow kill will be forced out. And again, Protagonist, no shadows left around, is going to be immediately taken out once that ultimate is over with. And he needs to be a little more alert, a little more careful on what he has. He needs to maybe go for the back a little bit earlier.
Yeah, Untouchables right now, really with the snowball, they choose to disengage, but Lord Hayes might be able to get a kill, and it does look like rapid touchdown's going in.
And that's not going to go too far. She's going to be able to camp that off and stop that. And Jade going to go ahead and send out ultimate onto Yuki, looking to lock him down. Gina with the maximum charge, going to add a little bit more damage. Not going to be able to find the kill, but does find the opportunity to pick up another turtle for the side of Untouchables.
Yeah, right now, Untouchables, right? 8-2 is the score. They do have this 4K gold lead along with majority of the objectives. And, you know, they're looking to push that mid-side tower right now. And it does look like they're able to chunk out half of it before they choose to disengage, right? So some of the keys to victory, I would say, second to none really is looking for is to be able to have that Chow tank that rapid touchdown, because if he touches down on somebody, it's going to be in trouble.
And speaking of trouble up in that top side, they're going to be able to find Kaio here on this Yuzhong. That's going to be the unfortunate victim of a head-on collision for the side of Untouchable.
Yeah, head-on collision indeed, right? The second to none really has to find a way to try and secure some of these kills onto those specific members, right? Rose already on that 3-0 and 2, just able to just dominate his lane. Even though the tower is not pushed, it does look like he is going to have a lot of items as he completes that Demon Hunter Sword and a flicker comes in.
And a lot of action unfolding down there with the Blazing 2 Edge, but now Wander in a lot of trouble, wasn't able to find the kill, needs to get out of there, but that maximum charge from Gina, he's going to walk away with more than what he bargained for. Found one, but now he finds two. So keep an eye on there from that touchdown. They're going to be able to find another kill as well, because Yuki will be taken out of the picture, and now they're going to look to go ahead and take this tower protagonist. All he can do is sit there and watch from the bush, as they're going to be able to find another objective.
Yeah, Gina, gold laner. He is one of the strongest gold lanes in North America, and he had a very, very strong showing as we do see this Argus, again, Rose, getting up that kill onto that mid lane, right? He is 4-0 and 2, one of the members that they are having to try and shut down, and it does look like he is building up to maybe a golden staff or something, or maybe even a wind of nature, right? And the Cyclops does have that concentrated energy, so he is going to be sustaining quite a bit. And again, Johnson already building up to that dominance ice, right? That last nerf on that dominance ice, with rapid touchdown on top side.
Up in the top side, we did see the crash off screen there. Milo going to pick up another kill on the Cyclops. He's 3-1-4 now with the little one-eyed bugger freak, but maybe another clash up in the jungle where the dragon potentially could come out for Lord Hayes. We find the G-Kun-Do. Please call it for the ultimate. No, he won't. He's just going to go ahead and dash out protagonist. Getting out as well after using that Ouija Shadow kill to no avail. No kills into the hands of second none, but not a lot going into the hand so far, UAs. It's 14-3 as far as the kills, and they're down almost 10k gold.
Yeah, 8 minutes in, 10k gold. That is going to be a rough spot to be in, as Jay is able to just crash into that tower. A little bit of a misplay coming in from that Johnson. It's one of those hard heroes to really try and manage his speed, right? It's something that you really have to make sure that you have that full mastery before taking up into the tournament phase. But Rose right now looking to see if he could have an invade, does spot out some of the enemies, but chooses to disengage, right? And with the Lord that is coming up in 1 minute and almost an 8k gold lead, I do think that the Untouchables are looking to siege towers, especially onto that top side, and second to none really has to figure out a way to defend, or else
that's what's going to happen. Yu Zhong has to use the Black Dragon form, or else and now he's going to be outside of the wall, outside of the picture, trying to escape as Yuki as well as out dangerously low. Both of them able to make it back in sieging towers. You mentioned it, Untouchables going for that top inhibitor. They have popped the defensive shield, the passive, and now they're walking on to super. Yuki not look so super anymore, so he's going to be taken out of the Blazing Wood, finds his way to the background. But at this point in the game, so underfed, lacking items and damage, they're not going to be able to find the trade. We do see one kill be taken out by Anna into the hands of this quad, but now Lord Hayes being taken out. That's almost a complete wipeout from the side of Untouchables and protagonists, trying to find something for his team, working on the tower, but the Nexus is completely open, and Gina Instant is definitely at level 999, as he knows he has the opportunity to close out the game right here, right now, 10 minutes in. Now he's looking to end it, and there it goes with a rapid touchdown finale there. Untouchables is going to go ahead and complete this series up against second to none.
Yeah, 2-0 is the score, right? 18-4 is that overall kills and deaths. And again, a 10-minute match. The Untouchables are just really showing an extremely strong standing right now. Rose on this Argus, it was banned out the first game, and he's able to grab up that MVP on that 5-0-5, completing that Trinity build, as we call it, right? And some of the side characters that did do good, Jay, on this Johnson, building up to that fleeting time, making sure that rapid touchdown is going to be available after every hit. And Gina Instincts, again, one of the strongest marksmen in the game right now, 4-0-4, showing strong standing, showing that why he is on the Ohio Brothers lineup, right? And we can't really forget about some of the actings on the other side. Super Yuki was still able to do relatively good, and also Wander QT. So this wonders maybe some of the datas are going to show some of why things went wrong, right? Rose does does have a lot of that tower damage, as we spoke in the early on in the draft phase. He's able to just soak up 47% of those tower damage for their team, and if they were able to push within 10 minutes, Deku, it just shows that, hey, like, they are so extremely objective focused. And talking about some of the hero damage coming in, it is spread out quite a bit through Milo, through Anna, and also Gina. They're able to score above 20%, so it does seem like there is a lot of damage coming in from this Star Wars collaboration, and I can't wait to see what they're going to have to show in this finals as they go up against I don't know what team they're called. Do you know?
Team time.
Team time. Yes, it's going to be a great match coming up against Team Time, because these two teams are just straight powerhouses, Weezy.
Yeah, definitely powerhouses indeed, and what a crazy finish, the Star Wars skin. Now, we don't see too many teams comfortable pulling out a whole collaboration of skins for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. The only one we've ever seen pull it off was Huevo, and to see it again, but this time inside of the side of Untouchables, lets you know, hey, maybe that might be some current meta in its own. Maybe if you run the skins, get that extra down. I think there's like some bonus stats in the background when you do run at least 4 or 5 heroes with the same skin, but that is going to be Untouchables taken down second to none with a sweep. And I gotta say, 2 sweeps today, right? Both games, both series for the semifinals ended in sweep. You looking at a blast from the past, a little bit of a look at that schedule. The semifinals was Time versus Shadow 9. We did see Time close it out 2-0. Now history repeating itself. Untouchables, living up to the name, is going to go ahead and take down second to none at 2-0. And that means both of these teams are going to push on forward to the grand finals. We are going to be seeing Time go up against the Untouchables. And I got to ask everybody out there in the land of Dawn tuning into the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel, who do you guys think will take this? I mean, both teams very high in macro and micro. I don't think the Untouchables is going to be able to pull out a composition like that against Time. I don't. I think this is probably going to be the most explosive match of the day, and I'm looking forward to seeing what both teams bring to the table. But as always, we appreciate you guys tuning in on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel. Don't go anywhere, as both of these teams are getting ready to fight it out for the grand finals of the Excellent Era 5v5 tournament.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our hearts around me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I cut the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it better. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight our eyes around me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time
time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm late son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They've brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably Blacklist, because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to M4!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give, cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop, won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley,
and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great. Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP Lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm like son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Boba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They've brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the MLSA. We are currently hosting the Excellent Era 5 vs 5 tournament. We just completed the semifinals. Two amazing teams claiming their spot for the grand finals, which is right on the way. Series 1, we've seen Team Time take down Shadow 9 in a best of 3 with a sweep. History repeating itself for Series 2, second to none against the Untouchables. The Untouchables able to prevail and get a sweep as well. And that means in the grand finals for the Excellent Era 5 vs 5 tournament, we will be seeing Team Time going up against the Untouchables. And the question is, who will be able to claim their victory and win this tournament? I'm super excited. A lot is on the line, and both of these teams are ready to jump inside of the Land of Dawn for the draft. And speaking of the Land of Dawn and the draft, we have two amazing casters to paint the perfect picture. We have Coach Deku, Do You Even Breathe, for your play-by-play, and also on the analyst, we have El Manny. How you guys doing today?
Picasso, Weezy, definitely here to paint the perfect picture. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling amazing. I'm definitely excited to see how this tournament is going to conclude in between Team Time and the Untouchables. But enough from me, Manny. Back on the desk yet again, co-casting up here with your boy, Coach Deku. How are you feeling tonight, Manny?
Oh my God, what's pop-a-loppin', Coach Deku? It's been a minute. I'm excited to be here tonight. Oh man, as I've been seeing, every match today so far has been out of everybody's expectations. That last series with how we had that Argus and Alucard going and people were in the chat, we're out here just questioning their picks. And you know, at this point, you see that it doesn't matter what picks we get, right? Everyone can blow past the meta picks, but when you get teams like this that can come in with quote-unquote epic drafts and sweep teams with meta picks, it just shows that it's all about skill level when we're talking about LMSA, right? So today, on this series, what we're casting together, I want to see amazing plays. You know, we always get those notorious early mid-game picks, but honestly, I want to see brawls. I want to see all the CC sets, you know? Like, I want to see all the big beefs and what people can bring out with that potential, you know? But anyway, enough talk about the expectations. Let's go on this draft, Deku. So, based on these two teams that we've been seeing, right? What do you expect to see out of these drafts? Like, we got the Hayabusa and the All-Out band, you know, it's typical. But honestly, I know Joy's OP, but we've barely been seeing her now with the new patch notes, Deku. So what do you think you're going to see out of this draft?
I'm looking to see some heavy favoritism towards these gold lane setups, right? Whether that be as far as the draft, if they're looking to, you know, set up things to protect some hard pill, maybe some nice group up strategies. I mean, you have R up against Gina here, so two very strong gold laners. Obviously, Gina being regarded as one of, if not the best gold laners in North America at the moment. I think both of these teams definitely understand what's at stake now that you are at the grand finals and you have these gold laners on your team. I really do expect to see some setup to get both of them nice and comfortable to be able to lead the way for the two teams.
Now, speaking of comfortability, right, like we're talking about the grand finals. So when it comes down to it, as you just pointed out, gold laners are key. So it just brings back to what I was mentioning earlier. We got to see the composition drafts focus on their gold laners, especially since, you know, we just mentioned Gina, one of the best players in NA. We got to have the beef lineup to back her up, you know? So I definitely want to see that. I want to see the gold laners time to shine, especially since all of these teams are notorious for their actual insane gank potential. So speaking of gank potential, Martis just got banned, and that's one of the most heavy gank potential / brawlers out there when you can come out there because it's very versatile, you know? You can tower push, you can get a composition around him to work around ganks and jungle invades. So that's a really good invade right there. Same thing with Fredrin. He's kind of the similar play style, right? So now that we've got two of those beefy junglers out of the picture, do you expect to see assassins being brought up here, Coach?
Maybe. I mean, we still have a couple, you know, utility options to look out on the board. But speaking of options right now, Lunux being hovered over, but no, it's going to be slotted right into the Fanny. That's going to be the first pick coming out from Team Time, Manny.
First pick Fanny just shows that confidence and aggression that they're about to bring out on Team Time, you know? Speaking of aggression, they countered that with the Kaja pick. Perfect counter, you know? He's one of the two only suppression champions in this game, and suppression, as we know, is one of the hardest CC in this game. So once you got that Kaj out there, it provides that sort of inevitable pressure that anybody's about to get flicker set on, you know? That's the really good counter for the Fanny, especially since they're going to be cabling around, and that they got the carry pick is super crucial to get the pressure off carry.
Definitely does help to alleviate some of the pressure off, and it looks like that might be locked in. No, pivoting over to the Lapu Lapu at the last second, not wanting to show their gold lane just yet. Kind of hold that just a little bit longer, kind of conceal what they're going to put into that gold lane, because there's still a lot of options to go for. There's still a lot to see on the side of Team Time. See how you want to match that up as far as your gold lane goes.
Now, as we look at Team Time, right, like, we didn't see the carry pick, and as you see, they wanted to wait to see what Team Time pulls out. So Lapu's not a bad choice. Very aggressive, beefy, good brawler right there. But on the side of Team Time, we got that Varza zone, and they're still trying to see if they want to lock it in between Xavier and Farza, right? And those are good zone champs. But as we noticed, what they're focusing on is providing zone and pressure for the Fanny to lock in. And never mind, they absolutely completely changed the draft on us. No mage lock in, but they got the Atlas set in and their Melissa. Melissa is really good marksman. Now here, my opinion, it's kind of rough to lock in the Atlas right away, considering how the Diggy's still available. But I understand that they took it since they locked in the Kaj already. It'd be a mistake to go double supports, but we've seen teams do it before. So speaking of, we got the Julian get through on the draft, and Julian's been performing crazily with these new patch notes. So it's gonna be good to see where they draft him. And speaking of Diggy, as we mentioned that, they just took that counter playability away from them. So now that leaves Atlas available for a set. So now we got to see how they would counter this draft.
And speaking of sets, right? Speaking of the setup, when you're looking over at the side of the Untouchables, they lock that Julian in, but what they don't have is to kind of have someone to kind of give him the opportunity to get in and find that huge AoE knockoff ability that we know he's so good for with the enhanced chains. Granted, they do have the Kaja for the single pickoff, but when you're talking about Julian, someone with a lot of that AoE damage, yeah, it's cool to go for the single target, the single pick. But you miss out on all that he can do if you're able to provide that AoE CC setup to let him get in there and do what he needs to do. And it's going to be extremely hard. It's not going to be easy to catch the Fanny, right, for a Julian at all. Atlas is always a threat as long as he has Fatal Links. Julian tries to commit in for some of that damage for the knockup, easily able to get caught out by the ultimate on Yamate here. And then even for this Melissa, right, just depending on what mix-up of skills that he uses, may not be able to get through the defense that is the go away, the bubble Melissa that can, use to go into play. And speaking of things, playing Ling, being locked in as well. So it looks like they're going for those super hardcore aggression, a lot of dive potential and a lot of quick bursts. But will that be sustainable up against Team Time?
So that's a good point to mention now, Coach. Will it be sustainable? And in my opinion, it's possible because of the aggression that they provide, but as you stated, where is that CC going to come in for a follow-up after Julian comes with a knockup? Like we mentioned, Kaja is a single target suppression, and we got Lapu, Julian, who are two brawlers, but they need follow-up. So the Ling right there, if he can get the synchronicity there and get his knockup there too, I can see the potential plays. But that looming Fatal Links is really going to be key, especially since they locked in a Yif who's notorious for her zoning potential, right? And over on the Untouchable side, they have the Julian, right? Which I am assuming is going to be slotted in Mage, considering how they just locked in the carry. Now, it's going to be really potential. Speaking of, Coach.
Go ahead, finish that.
Oh, sorry, I had a thought in mind, but I was going to mention that since they slotted in the carry, it leaves potential for their late game, but who do they have to follow up for the sets? I vote for Team Time when it comes to the team fights, because the Fatal Links is going to be the looming doom over the Untouchable side. But as we mentioned, the Untouchables can get away with the aggression considering how they have the Lapu, Julian, and Link together. if they can sync their kits together, they'll be able to outmatch their kit. But I believe Team Time won this draft. Go ahead,
Speaking
Coach.
of time of draft, right? At the last second, we saw them actually move that Fanny out of the jungle and walk in that landslide over here into the hands of Kai. So this is going to be an XP lane of Fanny, Manny. And when you're looking at this for the grand finals opening up the first match of the series, Fanny in the XP lane is quite the statement being made from the side of Team Time. And I'm very interested to see how this plays out. I really think it was honestly a good option just because of Lancelot, while maybe not as mobile as Fanny, has a lot more immunity or invulnerability stages in the combat to be able to maybe avoid a divine judgment. And now Fanny can just completely focus on split pushing and joining in those team fights to just take out Gina instead of worrying about those neutrals to pick up with that retribution.
Which is absolutely right. I didn't even notice that, so that no wonder why you gasped earlier. I would have gasped too if I saw that. Fanny in the XP lane opens up so much possibilities. Now, it may seem like, oh, well, they're sacrificing their front line and utility, but that's what they have the Atlas for, right? And they have you and Sazone to compensate. So Fanny in the later game, Lancelot provides a lot of utility and immunity, right? So he'll be able to secure the objectives, but give Fanny a blue buff when it comes to mid lane and your team snowballed, it's going to be a wrap for their backline. And I absolutely back up your statement there, Deku.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot going on and a lot to see in between those interactions and see how maybe that plays out. Because, again, it is Fanny, so Step Bro is going to have to show some mastery. But speaking of mastery, Timothy Blaze going down underneath the tower. Anna with this link trying to find the first kill. Emil's going to find that. First, we'll go into the hands of Untouchables, touching up on Kokomi here in the mid lane.
So as you mentioned right there, right? The Untouchables, super synchronicity right there from the Julian and Ling, able to secure the kill because they were able to do it together. Now, they have to keep that up. Because if they don't, I believe if they don't keep that same pressure and pattern that they're keeping, they're going to fall off. So they have to be this aggressive. They have to. So I'm liking what I'm seeing so far, Coach. So on the course of Team Time, it may seem like they're taking their time, but it's going to be on their mid game when there's going to be their time to shine, in my opinion. They have the draft to do this.
Ooh. Well, there goes the Flicker, Divine Judgment, easy kill, easy pickup for the XP laner Primal on the side of Untouchables, and now they have the early lead up to 0, and now making quick work of this turtle. Looks like Team Time might have to give this up for free, but hang on, Kai, with the Lancelot, we know he can potentially make the play to be able to get in. There's no Divine Judgment to stop him. Thorn Rose, and he's going to be able to find that turtle. Nice retribution from him. Might be a little bit of a jungler battle, jungle issue. Is down on the bot side. Gandhi was going to take out Carry, facilitated there by Yamate. So able to pick up not only that first neutral objective, but getting that kill on that gold lane onto Gina. That's going to be a nice momentum swing for the side of Team Time.
Now, as we talked about, right, looking at these items, from that neutral objective alone and that kill, we got their marksman getting close to finishing their first item, getting that little bit of substantial lead that they needed, considering that they got 2 picks off of them from the Kaja and that first blood that we saw earlier. So it's really well compensation in regards to answer that. So they're not even behind that much by gold. There's only a 300 gold difference. So, and it, like we mentioned, it's going to be the mid game. We're going to see the time to shine. Melissa already biding her time, getting her gold up. Now they have to pay the patient game. Unless they choke the gold lane right off the bat, if they're able to accomplish that, then they'll be able to turn it around already.
Speaking of turn around, got my head twisted and turn right now. I'm thinking about how this plays out the long term, right? They do have the team fight capability when you look at Atlas, when you look at Melissa, and then with that Eve to kind of be in the back for that zoning, like you've been pointing out earlier. But something that normally happens when you have that Fanny in one of those side lanes, you normally have a jungler that doesn't need that blue buff, and Fanny able to pick it up later on. Now, I'm not saying Lancelot exactly needs the blue buff, but it definitely comes in handy. And I'm just wondering, will there ever be an opportunity for Fanny to be able to pick up a blue buff? But speaking of pickup, Flicker Divine doesn't come out from Jay onto Gangu here on this Melissa. He is in a little bit of trouble, but so is Milo. He's going to be forced to flicker right into a phantom execution from Kyle to Lancelot. He's going to take him down. The rest of the members of Untouchables are looking to disengage and retreat across the river after a little bit of overextension over into the jungle side of Team Time.
So see right there, they were trying to keep up, the aggression that we mentioned, right? The Untouchables constantly have to put that pressure up, but it's getting harder now that their Team Time's able to stabilize this early game as they're fighting for this neutral objective.
They are setting up a neutral objective, but keep an eye on the Ling on the wall here. He'll potentially go for it still. Will he be able to beat out Kai? Does have the level of range, but no, he's going to fall short on the retribution yet again. This guy's going to pick up the second objective, but hang on. Major still throw and cut cable damage coming out from Fanny. Bro, what are you doing? As he's picking up his first down in the jungle there for the side of Team Time.
So as we mentioned, right, Team Time able to pick up the pace, biding their time, getting secluded picks. And speaking of picks,
we saw Milo lock in onto the Atlas with that Divine Judgment. It's gone. He was going to be able to take out Jay. And Kai as well, or that does fall into the hands of Kai, that second kill on Jay there, as they were able to punish the members of Untouchables for making the call to go ahead and use that ultimate from Kaja onto Yamate.
So as we mentioned right there, that's where we're going to start seeing the counterproductiveness of having that signals target suppression roamer, right? They could only take one roam, and they got picked off themselves, considering that they have two flexible assassins. And speaking of assassins, we got Fanny securing that, almost securing this kill.
Almost indeed, trying to close that gap. Milo was going to run out of energy, not going to be able to get it done. But the pressure has been put out, does force him on that recall. And you know something, Manny? Speaking of forcing recalls, they're forcing Gina into an uncomfortable spot in this game. He's 0-2 on the carry. Melissa taking off 3-0-2 right now, definitely winning out in the gold lane matchup, especially with that tower falling down as we crossed over into that 6-minute mark. Team Time is applying a lot of pressure to Untouchables and forcing them to try to find an answer to respond.
So as we mentioned, right, 0-2 carry on Gina, right? So Gina, one of the best players. We need to start having her focused and funneled on, right, from Team Time. That's what they're trying to do, is constantly put more pressure onto Untouchables. And speaking of pressure,
we did see Primo able to take out Melissa. Now if Fatal links to hold him down inside of that real world manipulation, so Komi will pick up a kill, his first kill of the game. They walk away with one up there in the top side, but now the turtle being working by Untouchables, noting that they were up in the top for the game, able to find a trade out, and that's what you need if you're Untouchables right now. You have to start responding to the plays from Team Time and start finding something to be able to trade out and keep up with that gold.
Well, speaking of gold, right, they're only behind 1K gold, and as we talk about gold difference,
we are seeing a perfect match land right now from Yamate on this Atlas, but it's not going to be able to hang or stop the onslaught coming out from Untouchables. The real world manipulation comes down, but what a weird position, what a weird angle from Kokomi. Now in trouble with the Tempest of Blaze dropping on top of him. Will Anna be able to find the kill? Yes, he can. Yes, he will. And now we are seeing him be able to dip and dash, disengage from the clash on the bot side. They walk away with two members to their name, but hang on, baby, still going. Add a little bit of poke, but no, they're going to go ahead and back away after winning down the bottom side clash.
Now, it's been constant clashes. No time to breathe right now, Coach. The Untouchables constantly trying to get back in this game, getting that gold lead even, you know? Speaking of,
Gina looking for the 1v1 challenge. He's going to be taken out, but quickly able to get a kill with that last spinning wheel there from the Afterworld. But again, what a forced play, desperate for anything. We talked about how Gina was 0-2 and did all that he could to find a kill flicker and the speedy light wheels just to go even on the trade. It's just not good. You just give another kill to someone who was already gapping you.
Now, as we mentioned, though, even though they are getting gapped in that sort of fashion, there's only a 0.2K difference in gold.
Ooh, but it's going to look to increase a little bit of Fatal Link coming out from Atlas, but he's not going to be able to facilitate a kill. He's going to be taken out by Anna there. The conceal came out from Kaja, but not going to lead to too much. But it's like we might see a little bit of invade down on the bot side. Anna working on the small creep. Julian running a little bit of vision, but looking like they're just going to go ahead and back off, cutting waves. The Step Bro's going to be able to find a tower down on the bot side up against Team Time. And Gina looking to find a trade, but Muddle's coming out from Melissa is going to go ahead and defend that. And a flicker coming in from Jay, but there goes the go away. Looking to find the 1v1, isolating the fight, but the tower's been taken down. He's going to have to try to disengage. You don't want to get caught out now. As Ling finding a kill in the mid, but traded out immediately. The Battle of Assassins is now probably going to work on this bot side tower.
Very well played by the Melissa there with the go away. Able to negate the Kaja on the flicker set ult right there. And as we look at these items, right? The Melissa has almost finished her third item. It's going to be very hard, as we talked about the mid game, right? It's looking like it's in Team Time's favor, as we told you. The time's ticking away. It was looking weird on the early game, but they were able to apply that pressure right back and able to get themselves back where they needed to be in their strong state of mind. So we got Fanny able to finish her third item, all pen items, right? That's going to be one-shotting their backline. So they have to focus on trying to get that peel. Speaking of
taking out the peel, Yamate is going to be capitalized on what that can still play. Step Bro, though, looking for the fast trade out 1-for-1 so far. It was a Brave Fighter stance out from Primal with that go away. Is going to lock him down. Now Muddles and Eve, but hang on, a flicker re-engage from him. He's looking to outplay Ganyu right now. Can he take him down? Yes, he will. As Ganyu does find care, but a double kill out from Lance as that happens. And now Kai looking to pick up a triple, and he will go ahead and take that down. Kai Teasy here to play. Now they can potentially look to work on this Lord after they find this mid tower.
That was very well played by Team Time right there. Now, as we noticed, right, as soon as Kaja was able to get his pick off, they eliminated their Atlas, which prevented them from getting Fatal Links on, but again, they wasted so much utility on that Kai and Eve right there were able to finish them off since they didn't have any of their skills left. So that right there is what we talked about, that it's going to be in play, that they don't have the CC potential that they need to peel for their goal laner, as we mentioned. So they had to be that aggressive, but it countered them, considering that Team Time came back, they're able to immune their plays. And speaking of plays, Ling getting out by a hair of the dog.
That is the first time I've ever heard someone use that expression there, Manny. Hair by the hair of a dog. I'm going to have to add that to my catalog there for play-by-play, because that was a truly insane. But speaking of insane, Team Time playing out of their mind right now, trying to take off this first match of the series in the grand finals. Keep an eye on them. They have the 4-man rotation. There goes the concealed play from Atlas. Will they go ahead and commit for the lockdown? There is an immortality, may not be needed, but there goes Muzzle with a lot of damage to go ahead and burst out. Jay there still has the immortality, but is forced to back. They do find that top side tower, and now it looks like they're going to go ahead and disengage. They found an objective in that top side. Don't really have to force too much. Don't want to make any errors when you're in the position that they're in.
So as we mentioned, right, the hair of the dog's comments got me. But they have the 12-minute Lord coming up, right? The Luminescent Lord. So it's anybody's ball game, even though the gold lead may seem the 5K difference, and Team Time having the advantage and the itemization at this moment. It's always at the 12-minute Luminescent Lord or onwards that we can always see the comeback potential be real. So this is part of the game where we're going to start getting longer timers. The brawl and skirmishes are going to be more crucial. And speaking of,
we saw the pick off there from the bush. Step Bro's going to be taken out of the mix here, and now it looks like Team Time can be in a comfortable position. That goes most of their wave control, right? The Fanny is kind of all they have to go clear, and that's just the thing. When you do move that Fanny, then you have that Lance in the jungle. There's no one you can really rely on to go for to clear those waves except Fanny. And when you look at the side of Untouchables, we noted that the draft, they have that pick-off composition. They want to see someone go for the split. That's what they want, someone that's isolated, someone alone. And Step Bros giving them exactly what they need at this later point in the game to be able to avoid those big clashes and just take one at a time to set up for that 5v4.
and that's a good point to be made right there, Coach. They need these picks, right? So on the side of Team Time, they know that they can't afford to send anybody else to clear these waves because of the fact that their picks are about to be there. Fanny is the only one capable of putting the picks because they need the rest of the 4 in these team fights. Considering that, right, Coach, do you believe it would be a smart decision to split push, considering how Luminescent Lord's up in 15 seconds? But we've been seeing so many skirmishes happening. Who do you believe should start split pushing if Fanny can't?
If they want to go for the split, it's gonna take a village, right? They need to be able to rotate as a team, but that's gonna come from forcing the clashes, forcing those engages. Instead of trying to keep up with the split or trying to respond to any splits coming out from Untouchables, they need to take the fight that they are able to give. But hang on, talking about fights down here in the bot side, Kai's in trouble. He's going to be taken out by Milo, but now here comes Team Time waiting for the engager. Winter Trunch is going to save him from the fatal links, but Kokomi is going to be able to find Carry and is going to be able to find the Fanny here. And now we're seeing a 3v1 down here in the bot side as Primal needs to try to create some space, finds the stun. Will the Bravery Blessing keep him alive? No, it won't bless his soul as Milo's going to be able to find one. He's on a killing spree on Tagani there. So he's going to be immediately shut down by Kokomi, who has found a triple kill in this, but look at the top side, so what we were talking about. Ling, with that pressure, Untouchables able to split this map up. Even if they don't win these fights, they're winning out the pressure on the map. They have now cracked open the base. That's going to be an inhibitor down with the Lord spawning in, with it being up, and now working right over onto the mid tower with those minions. And I'm not sure here, Manny. You did just ask me about who I think is going to pull this off. And I think Untouchables is playing their composition extremely well. And even in the late game where I think pickoffs really fall off, it looks like the side of Team Time isn't going for the win conditions which they need to be forcing with those team fights.
And you're absolutely right there, Coach. Absolutely. As we just stated before. And they're going for this Lord play because of the fact that they lost that team fight and the inhibitor turret. So it's going to be a really risky play here to see if they're going to be able to pull off the retreat, considering that the jungle's up, and they do. So now that they have that Luminescent Lord in play in their favor, I think that it's time for Team Time to take a step back, take a breather, clear these waves, and push up and provide that pressure that we've been seeing from the side of Untouchables, able to pull off their composition nicely, able to get the picks, get the tower pressure, even though they've been off of their team fights, able to balance the gold, almost a 4K dividend, but able to get the items back in play, seeing that the Ling and the Carry are back in play with the 12K and 10K gold, almost on par with the Lance and Fanny. So, that being said, we should start seeing Carry in the backline and Ling able to provide picks onto Team Time's backline if the opportunity arrives.
Oh, no. And this is bad for the side of Team Time. They just lost a member. Now Untouchables knowing that they can make a play to go for some crazy calls, maybe a crazy pickoff. Look at them over in the mid side. Looks like they're going to look to try to cut off the members of Team Time. They're not going to give up on this chase potentially. Looks like maybe they'll be able to get away. Milo, we can see him trying to find some damage here, but again, with that number of advantage on the side of Untouchables, this is exactly what they want. And look at Ganyu. He's been split up from the team, and this is exactly what Untouchables want. Another pickoff potentially, but hang on, a great fatal links and a great throw-away combination. Look at Ganyu. He hasn't been focused, and now a double kill from Kai Teasy. And what looked like a great setup from Untouchables was an amazing counterplay from the side of Team Time.
No, very excellent counterplay by Team Time right there. They really needed it. They really needed it. Now that they did, right? Now that they need to push. That's all it comes down to. Push. Clear up these waves. Get the pressure off the base so they can start getting picks on their side of the jungle. Considering that the lane pressure is what's been killing them, and that's really what their weakness is, Untouchables really needs to get a huge pick off here, as we've been seeing them pull off so far. It's getting closer to the 18-minute mark. The last Luminescent Lord is pulling up. We see Fanny split pushing, and speaking of split pushes, we got another pick off right here.
And that's right, Immortality taken out, and then a life as well. COD is going to be taken out of the game. That's two members down from the side of Untouchables. And this is where Team Time can look to set up as a group and look to potentially end this. They are going to go ahead and start pushing down on this mid side. They have a wave, but look at Milo on the dueling. He's going to go ahead and proxy out the wave, but hang on, Team Time is flying. They're on the way to punish him for this, but will they be able to catch him? He's pulling out the moves and the maneuverability, but Step Bro on the Fanny able to keep up as well, but he's being out damaged by Milo here. Now here comes the Retribution, but a Winter Trunch to avoid the Thorn Rose from Lancelot, but that freeze pass from Atlas is going to hold him in place. But hang on, able to get out one more time. Phantom Execution, will he be able to escape? No, he won't. Hakomi's going to cut him off, but he bought a lot of time there when Team Time was looking to end the game, cutting that wave and then cutting their attention away from the rest of the members of Untouchables.
So very well played right there, right? So now we got to the Luminescent Lord that we were speaking of. Is it going to be in Team Time's favor? Are they able to pull it off?
Oh, look at the play. Gina over there in the bush, and now the Divine Judgment. They're going to look to take him out. Ganyu, but no, another outplay with the go away and another fatal links. We saw this on the top side. It's happening again in the bot side. When do you learn from the mistakes? Now Prime was left all alone as the rest of his team has been taken out. That's a complete wipeout, and yet again, Untouchables We were talking about it. They needed to go for the pickoffs, and it was a great call, a great play, but it just didn't fall through. And Team Time, again, with that re-engagement, able to turn the fight and now able to close out this match. There's only Milo able to defend. He takes down Kai, but the tower's still being worked on. But hang on, a couple minions missing. Fanny flying back in, popping that immortality. Milo's in trouble. He's going to be taken out. Now the minions are gone. Will they be able to end? Hang on. Did he do just enough to be able to hold them back? Those death timers are still a little long. Jay spawning in. Then you have a couple more seconds for Link. Will he be able to hold them back? He just has to play the long game, just has to stand, and it looks like he will. It was looking grim from the side of Untouchables, but they live to fight another day. But that Lord being up, will they be able to contest this time and be able to pick this up, as we saw what happened to them on this last one?
So as we mentioned, right, they were able to come back and get another hard. I got distracted. I thought Ling was about to get a huge pick off right here, which he did on the Yiv, which is really good. And considering that even though they lost that last team fight, they're able to come back and secure this Luminescent Lord for their side as well. Now, Team Time able to neutralize the middle tower, so they evened up on towers, right? But again, now that the Untouchables, even though they lost that team fight, they got the Luminescent Lord on their side, and now they're able to put the pressure and synchronize these waves. They can't afford to get another team fight loss like this, right? As we look at these gold and look at these items as we are now, we're at the late game point. Everyone should be online at this point. I see everyone catching up on all their items. Everyone's almost basically full build. It comes down to who's going to get picked in this last team fight. Are they able to close out the game, or are they able to at least crack another tower? As we talk about this.
What are you doing, Step Bro? Again, he's going to be able to take out Gino on this carry. Marksman down from him. Anna's going to be able to trade him out, but that's going to be an XP Fanny for a gold lane carry, and I'm going to take that trade at any time. If they were able to take down the Lord, but look at a huge Fatal Links, a two-man set. Real world manipulation dropping down. They're looking to capitalize. Jay has been isolated and split apart, but there goes to conceal. Thorn Rose and Phantom Execution coming out from Kai. Will he be able to find the kill? No, he won't. Primal's going to shut him down, and now you can see they're turning around to go for the plays. Anna's on the split, ignoring the fight at this point and going for another tower, and this is what they've been doing all game. Take the pick, find the objective. As Untouchable is trying to go ahead and close out this match. Look at Primal with the stun to Kokomi. Will he be in trouble? There goes the Divine Judgment. Looks like they're going to go ahead and back off. Not going to commit to that, but now they're going to turn right back around and clear those waves. As Milo's trying to work onto that mid inhibitor, and Untouchables, man, just keeping those waves pressure, keeping them crashing. Team Time never has any room to really respond, and one mistake could lose them the game at this point.
Now, as we mentioned, though, one mistake is key to losing this game. The long timers, right? Now, even though they're able to pull off these team fights consecutively, we've been seeing these huge Fatal Links plays. Untouchables have been true to their name slogan, Untouchable, able to glide right out of these team fights and counterintuitive. Like we saw, they lost the team fights bad, but they got objectives, they got towers, they got wave pressure, right? All we need is to get a huge pick again and try to slide away and not get caught by the Fatal Links and try to close it out by having the waves slide in and distract them while the waves push in, so you can get that link the backdoor. You know, there's options here. But on the side of Team Time, we gotta look at, we can't afford to get picked off. Can we afford to get an aggressive team fight here? You gotta look to see if Atlas can get a huge Fatal Links to finish them off, because otherwise, if you get one person off, they're gonna come back and counterintuitively push your tower in. So, as we look here, Luminous Lord again.
But a Flicker Divine Judgment coming out. They're looking to take out Kokomi. They take out the Immortality, buys the Winter Crunch, but the rest of the team is falling. Slow hands for him. He's not able to survive, and now Team Time's in trouble. Ganyu has been taken down. Immortality's been popped. Milo's going to find a double kill. Atlas all the way back at base. Kai left all alone, has the Immortality, but that's going to be taken down by Primal. Now he's going to be taken out as well. That's going to be 3, make that 4 members taken out as Milo takes the 1v1 up against Fanny. And now Untouchables are going to go ahead and look to end this game. It's just Atlas, but with no damage, with no wave clear. Look at him being bursted down by the carry with the speedy light wheels. Is now Gina Instinct's going to turn his attention to the tower as Untouchables able to surmount the pressure and take the match.
Sheesh, very well played by both Team Time and Untouchables. But as we stated here, right, Team Time was able to get that comeback on the early game from Untouchables' side, but we saw Untouchables able to go in, secure these plays, work off each other, getting that wave pressure in, sacrificing team fights for lanes. getting their marksman to come back. You know, focus on the Kaja securing the picks. They were always following up on the divide judgment, you know, able to get Gina online. And even though we saw Fanny always bursting out Gina, when they were that last team fight, we noticed Fanny wasn't able to get the Gina there, and they got the plowing in. Atlas wasn't able to secure that Fatal Links has been doing all game, and it was a GG. He was the only one left alive. He had no wave clear. He didn't have the Molten Essence. Whatever the case is, very well played by Untouchables. Actually, both teams, because of the fact they could have been neck and neck, and the gold was very well even. So very well played. Love to see the first game of the grand finals to end this way. Can't wait till the next one.
Man, what a beautiful game and a long one. That was a 23-minute match back and forth the entire time, but the Untouchables, living up to the name, still undefeated from the semis and now into the grand finals, taking one win over Team Time. And I gotta say, it wasn't the easiest matchup. It was a lot of back and forth skirmishes, and I think both teams went toe-to-toe, and we were definitely right on the money when we said this is going to be one of the most explosive, if not the most explosive series in this entire tournament for the Excellent Era 5 versus 5. So still more to go, right? That is only one game inside of the favor for the Untouchables, but they still need to win another one to get the sweep and claim victory to finalize this tournament and be the reigning champions. But the question is, how are we going to see Team Time respond? I mean, honestly, the game was so close back and forth, but the split push potential over there from Ana was very hard to deal with. And even over there with Fanny trying to rush in last minute, step bro, Ana was just all over the place. And I think that's just what those assassins provide. It was an interesting composition though, the Fanny in the XP lane. Not something you typically see, but he played it down to a T, down to the wire, man. And I definitely got to give you credit for that. But that is going to be the Untouchables taking game one. So now shooting that question to the Land of Dawn. How do you guys feel about series or match 2? Do you think Team Time is going to be able to turn this back in their favor, take game 2, and get a possible reverse sweep to close out this finals for the Excellent Era tournament? Or do you think the Untouchables will claim victory as the reigning champions with a sweep? Don't go anywhere, as both these teams are getting ready to jump back in the Land of Dawn for game 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley.
this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're a man of simmering gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're a man of simmering gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
So turn it up, turn it up, turn it up, hands up, all of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight, we gon' turn it up, we gon' turn it up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time.
Time to make the most
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Man, what an intense match. Team Time up against the Untouchables, and it was a long game, about 23 minutes, but Untouchables, living up to the name, flawless so far. 3 wins in a row. They got a sweep for the semifinals, and now in the finals for the Excellent Era Tournament, they are sitting 1-0 with match point for a possible sweep. And Team Time, a very tough competitor. We've seen them go toe-to-toe, 23 minutes. Not an easy game for either side, and they almost turned that around in their favor. It was definitely neck to neck down to the wire, but you were able to see the momentum of the Untouchables prevail to claim the first game. And now, jumping into game 2, question of the day. You know, we got to throw it at you, right? Who do you guys think will be able to take this win? Do we see Team Time finding some answers, finding a way to shut down the Untouchables, and getting us the second game in their favor to be able to go for a third match? Or are we going to see the Untouchables get the sweep? You know, we've seen time and time again these teams competing throughout the Excellent Era Tournament, high elo, high momentum, high drive, and also high hero pool. And I'm excited to see these fireworks explode as we are jumping into match 2. Joined on the desk, I have the on-point analyst to break down these items and keys to victory. Ladies and gentlemen, UA is in the building, and I will be your play-by-play to paint that perfect picture. How you doing, UA?
Yes, sir. I'm doing great. This is such an exciting match. I'm so glad we get to see 2 powerhouses go towards each other, right? That last match was one of the most intense match. And for the first time in this whole tournament, we do see Time on that back foot, right? You know, the Untouchables was just able to grab off a couple of those pickoffs. You know, it might be that Kaja that's just able to get that suppression onto the right members. And, you know, for the first time, again, Team Time is on that downside and going to go into that exit if they do end up losing this match. And let's just go into the ban phase right away, right? We do see this Fredron being banned out. This Fredron has been one of those pick or bans throughout the whole entire tournament, and we do see this Kaja, you know, being banned out. So some of that first pick priority, they don't choose to go for that Kaja, even though it worked so well for Untouchables this time. Weezy, I wonder what they're gonna be trying to pick up here, because that Kaja is gone already.
Yeah, the Kaja is gone. That's going to open up the door for the Assassin. And we've seen the Fanny and the Ling both pretty dominant. That was a Fanny in the XP lane, mind you, and definitely was able to make the most out of that situation, even with that deficit of not being in that jungle position. And so that's even scarier if you are going to let Team Time pick that back up. But the Ling was also on point. I can't lie. Definitely a big fan of Ana over there. The split push capability definitely paved the way for the win on the side of the Untouchables. But now, looking at the ban so far, Joy has been taken out, and also the Grok, and now you are seeing Ana gonna go ahead and lock in this Fanny.
Yeah, locking in this Fanny first pick. This does look like what Times usually does themselves, right? And just talk about the bans. We do see a Grok ban coming out, and you know, this is actually directly towards Jay, right? He's one of the strongest Grok players in the West Side, and especially with that Kaja being banned out, it does look like Team Time has done some of their research, some of their homework, and we do see this Gus and Ling being bought out. They've been using so much assassins, and I just wonder, Weezy, do you think this is going to be a good idea?
Ooh, I don't know. The Gushin definitely going to be that X factor, but Gushin's one of those heroes, right? He either does really well or really bad, but if he is online, you really only need that Genius Wand to pop off with the Arcane Boots. He can pretty much burst down even the beefiest composition, so that can work in their favor. I'm definitely seeing a strong early game presence right now for the side of Team Time.
Yeah, and the counter play that just comes right after, right? Jay on this Kufa going against 2 assassins right now. That bouncing ball is going to be able to just deny so much mobility coming in from that Ling and that Gus. So, and one of the questions with this Gus right now, right? Do we know if it's going towards that mid lane or is it going towards that EXP? Because Gus is one of those heroes that, you know, doesn't really have the strongest wave clear, but it does pretty well against the Fanny, because you're just able to just one-shot Fanny early on, and Milo locking into that Yuzong pick. And I've seen Milo on this Yuzong. He does extremely well. I believe he also had a Supreme title back in the day with Yuzong. So, you know, with that Brody being locked in from Time, it does show that both teams are ready to go into that second ban phase.
Yeah, I'm glad you kind of mentioned Milo, right? He's been playing pretty much every position you can name. We've seen him run the Angela against the Phobius. We've seen him run in the mid lane in the Valentine Dash. And now seeing him back in the XP side of things, he has a lot in store for him. Definitely a very good future prospect for MLBB NA. You see him play with some of the biggest known players in North America as well. So I'm excited to see what he brings to the table. I actually personally got to meet him in Vegas. Definitely a very high-spirited individual. And now looking at the draft so far, second ban phase, it looks like the Untouchables is going to go ahead and take out this Edith.
Yeah, both teams really looking to add a little bit more magic damage into their drafts, right? Time is still looking for that mage at mid, so the Fairness and that Valentina band is going to be really good. I think they're trying to bait out something like an Eve, because it does seem like that Ling and that Gus pick is going to be directly targeting something like a stationary mage. So, you know, just giving the options of Eve and Farsa, those two assassins are going to do extremely good. And we do finish out this draft with the Franco ban, and you know, Fanny again, one of those heroes, just really mobile, really fast, and Franco has that ability, just like the Kaja, to just completely suppress a single target down.
Yeah, you're definitely right on the money. That suppression can be a problem with both of them being taken off the table. I don't see anybody picking up the Saber, but we did see the Fanny in the XP lane, so you never know really what to expect. And looks like Yamate is going to go in for this Atlas, and looking at the draft so far, Diggy is still available, but they have locked in this Kufra, so unless they run the Diggy in the mid lane, it may be a possible easy time for Yamate to be able to provide these sets, but he's not going to be able to stop the Fanny, and that may be a problem. Fanny too fast for the Fatal Links, and they are going to go for a little bit of a counter. Going to go ahead and lock in this Kadita for the mid lane on the side of the Untouchables.
Yeah, Kadita, generally one of those bush camping heroes, and along with the Petrify, he's able to just catch a lot of the heroes off, and it does look like there is a small role swap, right? Primal did play that Lapu last game and did extremely well, especially with that Braves fighter stance, and it does look like he's opting to go for that mid lane position. So, you know, both teams showing that there is a lot of multi-role, and the last of the draft does get locked in, and it is going to be that Dairoth going against that Yuzong, right? And you know, if I had to give it to one of the sides right now, we do see there's a lot of assassins coming in from both sides, and I think the Kufra is going to be making that biggest impact. But Yamate on this Atlas, we have seen this before in previous game, and even that last game he showed a very strong, you know, performance, especially with that Fatal Links. And Wheezy, what do you think about the first phase of this draft, right? What do you think is going to happen within the next 4 or 5 minutes as the first turtle is going to be spawned up?
Well, right now, looking at the draft, I mean, when you do have this Dairoth, he's one of those heroes that kind of shines in the early phase, right? Now, many heroes can go toe-to-toe against him, so I do see him having a slight advantage over against the Yuzong. The Yuzong need to play a little bit more safe, but when it comes to the objectives, when it comes to the neutrals, the turtles, the lords, I'm going to have to give it over to the Untouchables because they have a lot of CC in their favor, right? Look at how many Petrifies they have. They have Milo with the Petrify and also Primal. That's 2 potential sets, and whoever is near them is definitely going to be petrified and not able to move. Not to mention they have Kadita to kind of combo that with the Breath of the Ocean and the Rough Waves. So I am kind of in their favor for the draft, as you are seeing Cooper wind up onto Jay. A lot of damage in the mid lane right now. Ganyu needing to go back. And right now, I think, like you said, the X factor is going to be this Gushin.
Yeah, and you were just talking about the Petrifies. I wanted to bring it up. There also is 2 Petrifies coming in from Team Time. So there's going to be a lot of stuns coming in from both teams. And, you know, it does seem like there is a little bit of a lane freeze coming out bot side, and even a small invade trying to make sure that Ling is going to have a tough time. And maybe they're going to be getting that Skadita real soon.
You are seeing the Petrify onto Ana, need to get it out, not going to be able to pick up that blue buff, and Step Bro making the right decision. A good invade into the enemy jungle is going to kind of counter Fanny from picking up that blue to have the early start that she is banking on.
Yeah, Untouchables put both their mid and their roam position into the invade of the jungle, but that Dairoth coming in with that Petrify is just able to kind of push Ling away. I wonder if they're looking to go for a small invade because there is still a small window, but again, nothing really happening. And we do see this Kufra setting up on this bot side, right? They're putting a lot of pressure towards that carry, making sure that he is able to scale into this late game. And with this turtle coming up right now, there's so much spell spells on the map available. The Petrifies have been used most of the time, but we do see the flicker coming in from Atlas. I wonder, they are looking to get this level 4 rotation where, you know, the roamer is able to get this mid lane and just clear it, and just making sure that they have the spells available, especially that ultimate. The Fatal Links is going to be impactful. The Fanny goes in.
The 2v2 trade, you're going to see the Petrified going in. Anna picking up first blood, shuts down Ganyu on the cushion, but the Black Dragon, Milo picking up a kill, is going to go take down Step Bro, and that is going to be 2 members down for the side of Team Time. It's going to open up the opportunity for the Untouchables to take this turtle, but look at Atlas in the bush. Yamate is going to go ahead and make his way to the bottom side. A wise decision. They need to get some trades. If they can't take the turtle, might as well take that focus down to the gold lane.
Yeah, there's still a chance that the red team is going to be able to grab up that turtle, and Kai is able to just retreat and get out of it. The Fatal Links comes in. The Ling is just right there pushing onto that damage and able to pick up a couple kills right now. And honestly, you know, this is a good trade for Team Time. We did see that they were able to grab 2 kills onto that top side, but Team Time with the lead right now. The scoreboard is 2-1. There is still a lot of stuff on this map, Wheezy.
Yeah, you definitely make an excellent point. And even though it looked like that wasn't going to go to Team Time, that just shows you the mobility that the Assassin provides. As Kai was able to get all the way to that turtle in a split second and steal it. Not only steal it, able to pick up a kill on his way out. And that is going to go ahead and give them the lead for the early phase.
Yeah, it does look like Team Time is pressuring that boss side. We do see that Gus, especially with that Petrify, he's probably going to be looking for a kill. But again, nothing is happening right now, right? Let's take a look at some of the items that are being built. Ling opting to go for something like a Croatian scythe early, and we do see that Jay is about to go in, but no contestant so far, right? Ling going in right now, building up to that Blade of Heptases, isn't able to get too many kills early on because he really needs that damage item before he's able to do too much. And the Tyrant's Revenge charging up.
You're gonna see a Tyrant's Revenge charging up for a possible kill, but looks like not able to hit the mark. Yamate gonna go ahead and provide that vision for his team. Milo trying to get him off guard over there with the Ocean's Oddity, but not able to hit the mark as well. And right now, still looking like Team Time leading the way for the early phase, up by about 700 gold.
Yeah, small skirmishes happening here and there, but it does look like both teams are looking to try to scale into that late game. Fanny is able to pick up a kill on that Gus, and with 1 member down, Wheezy, it does look like Untouchable is going to be trying to set up for that turtle fight right now.
But they are going to respond back, take a member of their own, take down Yamate into the hands of Carrie. Gina on line right now, sitting 1-0-0, but looking at Kufer winding up. Tyrant's Rage on the way. Is going to go ahead and cancel that out. But on the top side, Abysm Strike canceled out over there by Primal. Talk about a good play. I honestly think that would have killed him right there. And definitely luck on his side. But luck not on Yamate's side with that Fatal Links. Where was that going? Tips of Blades going down. Ganyu going to secure a kill. Takes down Fanny. Kokomi going to burst down Milo. 2 members off the board for the side of the Untouchables. Can they make it 3? Look at Jay between a rock and 3 hard places. Ganyu, it's a bird, it's a plane, is going to rush him with Gushin and pick up that kill and take down Jay.
Yeah, 5 minutes in, we're looking at a lot of items being picked up and a lot of gold being traded from both sides, right? You do see that Blade of Heptases being picked up by the Dairoth. He is able to just burst down someone, and looking like an invade is happening right now.
You are going to see the perfect match. He's going to go ahead and give some immobility into Gina. Now the 20-part memory is to seal the deal. Down goes Gina to the hands of Kokomi, but on the top side, you do see the Black Dragon hovering over. Primal's going to drop down. Fury's dive. Dragon Tail. Ganyu hit with the Shaw Essence. Unable to escape. And Primal is going to pick up that kill, and that's going to kind of force Kai out of the turtle pit. Not going to be able to take that neutral objective, but you are seeing Jay, bottom side, winding up, is going to hit and knock airborne Kokomi on that Tyrant's Rage, and now going to go ahead and try and get the stacks with Tyrant's Revenge into the wall. Can he get the kill? My goodness, the 1v1, and it looks like the Roam is going to go ahead and take down a marksman. What is going on right now? 5-7, the Untouchables still leading in terms of kills, but look at the turtle. Team Time, eyes on the prize, is probably going to be able to take this down with no contest.
Yeah, they do take it down, and along with one member, so it's a buy one get one free deal right now. But Untouchable able to get that counterplay onto that bot side, able to pick up that tower really easily, right? And it does look like they're setting up for something at mid lane, and you know, Gina right now is just able to scale really well, able to get that tower relatively early. It might be a little bit of a misplay, but maybe that turtle trade would be worth it, right? Team Times right now a little bit on the back foot. Even though they are up in gold, they just don't have these towers going in, and a fight might happen right here, right now.
You may see a fight on the way. Cooper winding up. Tyrant's Revenge into the wall. The stun, the petrify, the knockup for the Breath of the Ocean. Milo securing the kill. Ganyu gonna take down Jay. Black Dragon drop down. Furious dive. Dragon Tail. 3-man set. Shaw Essence has been activated, but Step Bro is gonna shut him down. And that is gonna be a 2-for-1 trade. Team Time leading in terms of kills.
Yeah, barely leading in terms of kill. It is 8-8 on the scoreboard, right? A lot of items are being picked up. We did see that Blade of Despair getting opt into that Brody, and that just tells me, hey, Brody is online, right? And you know, with the 5k gold on him right now, he is just 1 to 2k above the rest of the members of Untouchable. They really have to try and find a way to shut down Kokomi. Even though the Kokomi has died twice, he is still able to get a lot of that farm up right now. And Carry struggling trying to get to that second item, is just unable to farm on this bot side because there's just so many people there right now. And you know, the marksman right now is looking to go onto that top side. He is going to be able to have a lane to farm, so making sure that he's able to scale well. That Kufra is charging in that backpush, looking for the Dairoth right now.
You are seeing the Dairoth in a bad situation, stunned onto the wall, and Gina gonna pick up that kill. Is gonna go ahead and secure the tier 1 turret on the top as well, but look at the concealed play. Yamate rushing in is gonna stop Ana from recalling, and now the torn apart memories almost bursting down Ana. Barely any HP, but is gonna go ahead and make his way back to the base, but inside of the jungle, knocked airborne. Milo going to secure a kill onto Yamate with the Breath of the Ocean. Now Jay to respond, cancels out his Tyrant's Rage, but Primal hovering over with the Black Dragon, shifting focus over to Kai, who does have that Finch Poise. Gonna go ahead and jump wall to wall and get out of that, and now pressure in the Lord Pit in favor for the Untouchables to possibly take this.
Yeah, Team Times, Yamade Kudasai on that Atlas is just so much impact. He has 7 assists into that 8, and it does look like they might have a fight right now once again for this Lord.
We are going to see the Shadow Blade slaughter, the Petrify. Milo picking up another kill. Killing spree takes down Ganyu on the Gushin. Tips of Blades going down. Kai, 1 HP, is going to pick up the Lord with the Retribution. So much going on right now as Primal's going to take down Step Bro. That is going to be a 2-for-none trade, but Team Time is able to take this Lord, which means overall it was definitely worth that engagement. And now look at Jay winding up. He's going to cancel out. You do see the zonage over on to the blue buff. Not going to allow them to kind of deny this Fanny that energy needed to get some pickoffs.
Yeah, Team Time right now just having the ability to just grab up so many objectives, and the Fanny goes in with the cutthroat. It does look like he is looking to just clear the waves, but Kai looking for a kill right now. He is a little bit low on HP. They choose to disengage, right? Yamade missed a little bit of the fatal links right now, and you know, with that torn apart memory, Brody is able to pick up 1 kill onto that Fanny, but look at bot side right now. They did clear that Lord, so Untouchables actually in a good hand, and another kill happening.
Milo gonna take down Ganyu with the Breath of the Ocean in the rough waves, but Primal responding with the Black Dragon is not gonna find anybody, and that is gonna be 1 kill into the hands of the Untouchables right now. But Team Time was able to pick up a kill of their own, so even trade so far, 13-9, 10 minutes in. We are slowly making our way into the mid game, and I gotta say, the map is definitely more open for Team Time, as they were able to take the tier 1 in the mid, and now looking at the top side, Step Bro is going to find the tier 2, no contest, and able to get out just in time before Ana and Primal shut him down.
Yeah, as we move into this mid game, right, let's take a look at some of the items that are being picked up. We do see Gina completing that Wind of Nature. That does show me that Brody and Ling are going to have a little bit of a hard time, but we cannot forget Ganyu on this Gus. Picking up that glowing wand, and that genius wand is able to just penetrate anyone that he wants, and I believe they're going to look for a setup right now with the Fatal Links.
4-man set, risking it all. Kai's going to take down Primal. Tips of Blaze going down, but the quad knockup! You're going to see Gina get a kill, takes down Ganyu. Look at Yamate trying to get out. Jay bursting down the Dairoth, but Kokomi's going to shut him down in response. And now Kai picking up a kill, takes down Gina on the carry, leaving Milo over there by himself. Ana making his way out of the base. Is going to try and respond, possibly get a pick off, but Ling is going to go ahead and try and contest this buff, and now it looks like Hana is going to be able to pick that up. I love that we're seeing the battle of assassins right now. This is definitely a Fanny main and a Ling main.
Yeah, you know, traditionally we do see a lot of tank jungles being ran, especially in these championship match, but Team Time and Untouchables preparing both of these high-skilled assassin. It's honestly been a pleasure to just be able to watch some of these matches. But talking about the gold lead, right? We do see Team Time up that 4K gold right now. What I think needs to happen, especially for Untouchables side, is this Kufra. He needs to be able to land these huge sets and letting Milo just follow up with that rough ways, making sure that they can burst one down before the team fight even happens. Because with the Fatal Links coming in and also the Torn Apart Memory, it might just be too much in terms of that AoE damage that Team Time has.
And now, right now, Team Time in the Lord Pit trying to burst it down, but the response, Milo, Unstoppable is going to shut down Yamate on the Atlas, but look at Primal hovering over the Black Dragon. Kai is going to go ahead and pick up this Lord, and now dashing out with the Finch Poise. Not going to take any damage in that. And overall, that was a one trade on the side of Team Time.
Yeah, Team Time able to pick up the objectives. They are going to have this map pressure once again, right? And we've honestly seen this before. Both of these teams are considered powerhouses, even with a Lord marching onto Untouchable's side. They are still going to be able to defend this relatively well, right? Again, this Kufra needs to be able to try to find the set, and the Kadita needs to be able to try to find that pickoff. And that pickoff did happen. It just was a little bit unfortunate that they weren't able to get this objective on time. And again, that Lord is marching down on that top side. It does look like Yamate is ready to set up, and with this Fatal Links that's coming in right now, it's going to be extremely tough to be able to defend this.
You're already seeing the Tyrant's Rage winding up, but canceled out, and Lord going to be bursted down over here from Gina, but now you are seeing the knock up on a trampoline. Yamate in a bad situation. Perfect match trying to get out Kokomi. Shuts down Ana with the Torn Apart Memories. That is going to be the jungler for the side of Untouchables. Now joining us on the casters as how you doing, Ana? And right now, with that deficit, with more members in favor for Team Time, they may be able to close into some of these inhibitors and also take the tier 2 on the bottom lane.
Yeah, we move into this 13-minute game, right? 16-13 is that kill scoreboard. Some of these items, again, are being picked up, but a kill happening right now, right? The Kadita is just able to pick off, and also another kill happening. So 2 kills off the bat right now on Team Time is just, you know, losing a couple of members here. But the answer, that top side, right? We did see the Link split push super heavily on Ana the first game, and it does look like they have to find an answer once again, because this time it's Team Time that has, you know, that split pushing power on their side.
And now this may be it. Both teams risking it all. The Petrified, Torn Apart Memories possibly on the way. Tips of Blades dropping down from Kai to escape. Look at the Black Dragon over there from Primal's going to drop down. Furious Dive, Dragon Tail onto Yamate, but that is the roam. He's going to be able to sustain a lot of that damage with the focus into the mid lane. The knockup from the Tyrant's Rage. Gina online is going to shut down Ganyu and take the tier 1 turret. Can they get another? Do they take this risk? Yes, they do. Look at Gina. Speedy Light Wheels taking the tier 2 turret down to about half HP. And now the answer from the Finch Boys. Kai rushing in, but shut down by Gina. Godlike Milo is going to burst down Kokomi as well. 3 members off the board for the side of Team Time. They are going to go ahead and try to take this fight. This is what Untouchables needs. Look at Step Bro. Knocked Airborne on the die raw. Shaw Essence has almost been activated, and it looks like Step Bro is going to get out just in time, but you are going to see the Untouchables claiming more and more real estate as we are prevailing into the late game as they close in on the tier 2 turret for the bottom side and also the tier 2 for the mid lane. And now make that an inhibitor. They are not stopping anytime soon, and the map is opened up. This is what they needed. They may be able to take this game, but Step Bros have another plan. It's going to shut down Milo. Down goes Kadita into the hands of Dairoth.
Yeah, once again, we talk about Team Time being on that back foot right now, right? Untouchables, even though they were just down in gold, they managed to close that lead really close. And it does seem like a lot of these items are being picked up once again, right? The Malefic Roar onto the Yuzong, and quite a bit of defense on top of that. The carry did build up to that immortality along with the Kufa, so there's a lot of team fight and a pick happening.
You're going to see a Shadow Blade Slaughter. Gone. You're going to pick up a kill. Takes down Yuzong. Down goes Primal. There's going to be 2 members out of the board for the Untouchables. An advantage for Team Time to take this Lord. And looks like Kai, with that exact plan, is going to go ahead and hit that Retribution. But look at Ana try to get the backdoor Retri. Not in time, though. Is going to pick up that blue buff, though. Able to get a little bit of energy for a possible pickoff and also split push potential for the top lane.
Yeah, it does seem like Untouchable is really, really good at sieging and picking off when it comes to towers and rotations. But I really have to give it to Team Time right now. They're able to pick up majority of the objectives. They have this Lord marching down once again, but this time is that Luminous Lord. And with that top side tower being unavailable, you know, it's going to be kind of hard to defend, especially all the side lanes. And it does look like they are looking to group up. They might choose a fight here. There's so much on the board right now. And Team Time trying to swing that momentum back into that favor.
You are going to see Dairoth pick up kills, shuts down Ana on the Fanny, but look at the Lord bursted down from the power of the Speedy Light Wheels and Gina, and this is an advantage for them to possibly still be able to hang in there. A lot is on the line right now. Their backs are against the wall. Tips Blaze going down from Kai, but the Breath of the Ocean and the Rough Waves to get out, but hit by the Fatal Links. What is going on? Kakomi's going to shut down Milo. Ganyu is going to shut down Primal. Gina going to take down Ganyu to respawn, but the Finch Boys diving in. Stepbro is going to shut down Jay. A lot of battling going on right now. A double kill. Gina is going to go ahead and take down Kai, and this is going to be game. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Time is going to be able to even out the score. We are going to a game 3.
Huge play after play after play. Yamete Kurasai, you know, being able to score that MVP. But again, it was a 19-23. Kill lead was actually belonged towards Team Untouchable. But in terms of these objectives, in terms of these neutral stuff, Kai was just able to pull up with so many retries, right? He's just able to get that first turtle barely. And again, just able to grab up these lords after lords after lords. And Ganyu on this Gus, you know, we were a little bit shaky earlier about it, but he did manage to grab up that gold. He did extremely well as that mage slotted in, right? And Kokomi, again, you know, he's just able to grab up that Blade of Despair so early, able to get some of these pickoffs, and he's just able to just run around the map, killing a lot of people, right? And take a look at some of the stat line that's coming up real soon. We do see a lot of tower pushing coming in from Kokomi. He is able to get that 58% tower pushing, and the damage across the chart seemed relatively even. We have Ganyu on that 28%, making sure that he's able to use a lot of magic damage, and also the Dairoth and Brody. So again, the Kai just being super objective focused. He is considered one of the strongest retro, and especially in this matchup, able to grab so many different objectives. But we cannot forget about Yamete Kurasai, right? 32% tanked and also 74% kill participation. This dude was a menace with this Atlas, and he brought it out in that game 1, and he's willing to bring it out once again, right? On the side of Untouchables, we do see that Gina is able to pick up a lot of tower and also damage towards the opponents, but again, it just does not seem like they have the answer for Atlas, because that flicker play at the end, Wheezy, that was the end of the ends for this match.
Man, what a beautiful game. Honestly, I love seeing series that go all the way to the final game. And right now, both teams 1-1 at Team Time, able to turn this around. And honestly, game 1 was so close, but game 2 was even closer between both of these teams. And I love to see these teams battling it out, showing them the world that not only have they mastered some high elo heroes. I mean, we're looking at a Fanny and a Ling, 2 of the hardest heroes to play in a Mobile Legends Bang Bang, but both of these players able to kind of show you the mastery of them. We're looking at Ana and also Kai, and I gotta say, I'm loving to see NA pull in more of the meta that we see typically more overseas, not that tankier fighter route that most teams kind of go for. So shout out to both teams for that. Definitely putting on a show. A lot of fireworks exploding right now, and I'm just trying to maintain all this energy, and so I'm definitely jumping out of my chair on all of these fights. But moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into a game 3 for the grand finals of the Excellent Era Tournament. Team Time versus the Untouchables. Both teams 1-2-1. The polls are out there.
Before we got there, Master Round, jumping in with the magic hat. Just want to let you guys know that Time won the first round.
Time won the first match?
Yeah, they did. They won first game.
Yeah, so aren't they 1-1? Wait. Oh, hold on.
Wait,
now.
no, I'm pretty sure Untouchables won that one.
I'm confused now. Untouchables won game 1.
I'll check right now, but it does.
So I'm looking at the chat right now. Kai said Time won the first game.
If Time won
no.
That's not... What?
Untouchables
really?
won.
I'm looking. I gotta go back.
Untouchables won game 1. Time lost.
Yeah, Untouchables won. Jay was MVP, so it's 1-1.
Okay. Wrong information from Kai then.
Oh my! No, I'm kidding. It's all good. So, ladies and gentlemen, that means 1-1 right now. Team Time versus the Untouchables. The polls are out there. Definitely place a vote on who you guys think will take the win. I mean, we see the Untouchables on fire game 1, back and forth, able to close it out, and then Team Time game 2, able to do the same thing but reverse. And right now, I'm excited to see where game 3 is going to take us. Both these teams are ready to jump back inside of the Land of the Dawn. Don't go anywhere, as we'll be right back with you guys momentarily for the final match of the Excellent Era 5 versus 5 tournament. See you guys shortly.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky. You're a man of silver. Touch the sky. You're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes on me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky. You're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky. You're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know we're backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. Some unfortunate circumstances. It looks like Team Time is going to go ahead and close out this for the win as the DQ on the side of the Untouchables. Some of the members were not able to follow through for the final game. They had some conflicting things with their schedules. So we appreciate everybody tuning in. That is going to close out today for the Excellent Era 5 vs 5 tournament. Special shout out to everybody that tuned into the live stream. We appreciate you guys across the Land of Dawn on this tournament that we hosted over here for the semi and grand finals. It's been a pleasure, guys. Thank you so much for spending your time with us. Now in the distant future tomorrow, we will be doing scheduled scrims, so definitely tune into that, as a lot of amazing teams, 6 teams to be exact, are going to be competing in a best of 3, and I can't wait to see where they go. And also, speaking about special shout outs, shout out to the amazing individuals that put this tournament together. That is Kyrim, Picao, and also Hennessy. Definitely reach out to them if you guys want to compete in future tournaments as well. And also reach out to us, as we love to be able to host them and be a part of the MLBB NA community. So my name is Weezy. I've been your host. It's been a pleasure. Special shout out to everybody on the desk. We had Coach Deku. We had Master Rim. We also had UA in the building and El Manny. And I couldn't have asked for a stronger desk for this tournament. So huge shout out to that, guys. Definitely look out for your favorite casters in the distant future, as some of them will be on NACT and others will be in the MLSA, continuing to perfect that craft each and every day. Same with these teams who are playing to get ready for the NACT spring season. As always, it's been a pleasure. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. I'm going to see you guys on the next one. Peace and love, baby. See ya.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering.